My dear child, stop whatever you're doing right now and let these words reach the deepest part of your heart. What I'm about to say is not just a message. It is a letter from my heart to yours, spoken so you can hear it, feel it, and carry it for the rest of your days. I have been waiting to tell you this, and today is the day you need to hear it clearly. You didn't find this moment by accident. You were not led here by chance. I drew you here because I have something to say to you, and I need you to listen with your whole heart open. Let the noise of the day fall away. Let it be just you and me for a little while. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Not on your hardest day. Not in your loneliest night. Not in those quiet hours when you sat in the dark and wondered if anyone in this universe cared about you at all. I was there. I am there still. I will never stop being there. This is not a comforting thought to help you sleep. This is the absolute truth, and I want it to sink into your soul like water soaking into dry ground. Let it settle. Let it stay. I want you to walk in my light today, not tomorrow. Not when things get better. Not when you feel more ready or more worthy. Right now, exactly as you are. Lift your head as you walk. The one who set the stars in their places, who paints the sunrise morning after morning, who breathed life into everything that lives, is walking beside you. That is not a small thing. That is everything. I want you to feel it in your bones. Hear this about your home. You and the ones you love are safe under the cover of my love. I have set a shield around your walls, around your loved ones, around every person you carry in prayer. There is no darkness strong enough to break through what I have built around you. There are battles being fought for you that your eyes will never see. I fight them myself. I stand guard over your life while you sleep, and I win wars on your behalf before trouble ever reaches your door. The enemy plans, and I overturn his plans before they take a single step toward you. So let go of the fear that has been gripping your heart. You are not exposed. You are not defenseless. You are covered by the strongest force in all of existence, and that force is my love for you. Nothing gets past it. I know fear has been loud lately. It has whispered to you at night and followed you through your days. It has told you that the worst is coming, that you cannot cope, that you are one bad day away from falling apart. Fear is a liar. It always has been. I do not speak to you the way fear speaks. Fear pushes and panics. I steady and strengthen. When you hear a voice that crushes you, that is not my voice. When you hear a voice that calls you higher while holding you close, that is me. My precious one, I see how hard you have worked to hold everything together. I see the weight you carry that no one else knows about. I see the smile you wear when your heart is heavy. You do not have to perform for me. Come as you are, and let me carry what you were never meant to carry alone. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, in this season, on this very day. Something is shifting in your life. You have sensed it, even if you could not name it. I am moving pieces into place that you cannot see yet, and I needed you to know it before tomorrow arrives. Before tomorrow arrives, I need you to know this. You are mine, not because of anything you did, not because you earned a place in my heart. You are mine because I chose you, and my choice does not change with your moods, your failures, or your fears. Tomorrow does not belong to your worries. It belongs to me. I am already there, standing in it, arranging it, preparing it for your arrival. When you step into it, you will not be stepping into the unknown. You will be stepping into a day I've already walked through on your behalf. So do not spend tonight rehearsing everything that could go wrong. Spend it resting in the one who holds everything that will go right. I have never once been surprised by your circumstances. I have never once run out of answers. And I am not about to start with you. Listen closely now, because I want this to go deep. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. The mistakes you made did not cancel my plans. The delays you endured did not mean I forgot you. I have been with you through every mile of it, and every mile has mattered. You are standing at the edge of something new. I will not tell you every detail, because I want you to walk with me, not just with a map. But I will tell you this much. What is ahead of you is good. It is worth every step it takes to reach it. I know you have questions. You wonder why some doors closed and why some prayers seem to hang in the air unanswered. You do not need every answer tonight. You need to know that the one who holds the answers also holds you. And I do. Firmly, gently, and without ever letting go. So breathe, my child. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Let the tension you have carried all day loosen its grip. This moment is safe. I made it safe so that you could finally hear me without the world shouting over my voice. If your heart is open to receive this, declare your amen now. Come near to me and let me tell you what happens when you do. When you quiet the noise of the world and sit still in my presence, I pour something into you that nothing on this earth can give. I fill you with peace that makes no sense to your mind. I fill you with wisdom no teacher could hand you. I fill you with strength that will surprise even you. I do not ask for your worship because I need it. I ask because of what it does in you. When your heart turns toward me, something opens. The weight redistributes. The fog thins. You begin to remember who you are, because you're standing near the one who made you. Every word I speak carries life in it. Not pleasant sounds, not empty comfort. Real, living power that changes things. When my word takes root in your heart, your whole world begins to shift. You begin to see differently. You begin to think differently. You carry yourself differently, and the atmosphere around you responds. Doors open that were sealed. Healing moves through places that were numb. What was stuck begins to move. I know there have been times when I spoke promises over you, and you found them hard to believe. I know the gap between what I said and what you could see felt impossibly wide. I am not angry about your doubt. I know how heavy life can be. I know how long some seasons stretch. But today, gather up every piece of courage you have and choose to believe again. Choose to trust me one more time. I am not a man that I should lie. What I say, I do. What I promise, I fulfill. The only question is whether you will hold on long enough to see it arrive. I am steady. I am the same in the morning as I am at midnight. I do not love you more when you succeed, and less when you struggle. My love is not tied to your performance. It is not a wage you earn. It is a river that keeps flowing, whether you feel worthy of it or not. I see everything inside you, every hidden thought, every secret longing you have never spoken aloud. I know the dreams you buried and the prayers you stopped praying because the silence wore you down. None of it makes me love you less. Knowing it all only makes me lean in closer. I am not a God who watches from a distance. I am a father who bends down to listen. I move heaven and earth for the good of my children, and you are one of them. That is not poetry. That is how I govern your life. Right now, in this very moment, I am handing you peace. Not the thin kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. a deep, settled peace that sinks into the center of who you are and holds, no matter what the day looks like. Let it wash over you now. Let it push out the anxious thoughts that have been pacing the halls of your mind. You were not built to carry all of that. Hand it to me. I am strong enough to hold it, and I want to. Beautiful things are happening in your life right now, even though you cannot see them yet. I know that is hard to accept when everything looks messy or stalled. But hear me. Just because you cannot see what I am doing does not mean I am doing nothing. Behind what your eyes can reach, I am working. I am arranging. I am setting things in order. I am moving people and circumstances into position. I am preparing things for you so good that if you saw them now, you would not be able to take them in. So keep going. Keep trusting. Keep your heart open with expectation. What is coming is worth every day of the wait. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching the deepest part of your spirit. Take one step forward today in faith. Just one. You do not need to see the whole staircase. You only need to take the next step, and when your foot lands, I will be there to steady you. I have never let you fall without reaching down to lift you up again. I never will. And when you rise each morning, begin the day with me. Before the demands rush in, before the worries start crowding the door, in that first quiet moment when your eyes open, feel me there, close as breath. Say good morning to me. I treasure those moments with you more than you know. They set the course of your whole day. A heart that meets me at sunrise walks differently until sunset. Try it, and you will see. Talk to me through the day as well. Tell me about the small things, the decisions you are weighing, the person who was unkind, the moment that made you laugh. I am interested in all of it, because I am interested in you. Not the polished version you show the world. The real you, with all the questions and the mess. That is the one I love. Do not wait until you have grand words or a clean record to come to me. Come with your hair unbrushed and your thoughts scattered. Come tired. Come confused. I have never once turned away a child who came honestly, and I will not begin with you. There is a difference between knowing about me and knowing me. Many speak of me who have never sat with me. I am inviting you deeper than information. I am inviting you into a friendship that steadies your steps, feeds your soul, and outlasts every storm this life can raise. This is what I have wanted you to understand for a long time. I am not a duty on your list. I am the source of everything you have been searching for in 100 other places. Come to the source. Drink deeply. You will never be the same. My word has already taken root in your heart. You may not feel it working, but it is there, like a seed hidden deep in the soil, growing quietly until the day it breaks the surface and stands strong in the light. That is what is happening inside you. You are growing in ways you cannot measure yet. And everything growing in you now is getting you ready for what is ahead. Look at the world around you. So many are wandering without direction, chasing things they believe will fill them. Money, approval, position, pleasure. They reach what they were chasing and find the emptiness still there, waiting. They trust people who fail them. They pursue dreams that were never theirs. They pour themselves out trying to fill a space that was shaped for me alone. And slowly, quietly, they drift. Not because I pushed them away, but because they stopped looking for me. But you have been different. Even in your seasons of doubt, even when confusion pressed in, you kept coming back. You kept reaching for me. Do you know what that means to me? Everything. That is why I am entrusting you with more. I want you to be a carrier of hope, not by preaching at people, not by pushing, simply by letting my love move through the way you live, the way you speak, the way you treat the people in front of you. When others see something steady in you, something unshaken, they will wonder where it comes from. That is your moment to point them to me. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. There are people all around you who look fine on the outside and are breaking on the inside. They laugh with friends and feel alone in the crowd. They carry themselves through the day, then sit in silence at night, feeling hollow. I see every one of them, and I am sending hope to them through vessels like you. You do not need to do anything grand. Be kind, be patient. Listen when someone needs to be heard. Speak gently when someone near you is hurting. These small acts carry enormous power, and they plant seeds in hearts that I myself will water and grow. Do not underestimate one life lived with love and faith. You have no idea how far the ripples of your kindness travel, but I do. I follow every one of them to the farthest shore, and the reach of your life is greater than you will ever know on this side of eternity. Now let me speak to something that has been troubling your heart. There are times you feel held back, times when a voice tells you that you are not enough, that you have made too many mistakes, that your past cancels the future I promised you. Hear me clearly. That is a lie. Every word of it. Stop agreeing with it. I have set you free. Not partly free, not mostly free, completely free. The chains that held you, the shame, the guilt, the regret, I broke them. You are not who you used to be. You're not defined by what you did before you knew better. You are not trapped inside the worst chapter of your story. I have washed the record clean and set a fresh page before you. And on that page, I am writing something you would not believe if I told you all of it now. So when the old accusations come knocking, do not open the door. The one who accuses you has no authority over what I have pardoned. My verdict stands above every other voice, and my verdict over you is forgiven, free, and mine. Be careful then what you allow into your mind and heart, the things you listen to, the conversations you keep, the thoughts you entertain. All of it either builds you or wears you down. Guard your inner world. It is the field where your future is growing. When a fearful thought arrives, answer it with what I have said. When doubt speaks up, counter it with my promises. When bitterness looks for a place to settle, fill that place with gratitude before it can unpack. You have the strength to do this because my spirit lives in you, and my spirit has never lost a battle. And when the day is done, do not carry its weight to bed. Lay it all down at my feet. The frustrations, the words that stung, the things that did not go the way you hoped. Give them to me before you sleep. I will trade you rest for your burdens. Real rest. The kind that repairs you from the inside, so you wake with strength you did not go to bed with. This exchange is always available. Come to it every night. Some nights the surrender will feel unfinished, and the same worry will try to climb back onto your shoulders by morning. Lay it down again. This is not failure. This is practice. A tree does not apologize for needing water every day, and you do not need to apologize for needing me every day. Come as often as the weight returns. My feet will never be too crowded for your burdens, and my patience with you has no floor beneath it and no ceiling above it. You are learning what it means to live unburdened, and I am pleased with every step. The lighter you travel, the clearer you hear me. The clearer you hear me, the straighter you walk. This is how a life gets rebuilt. One surrendered evening, one guarded thought, one act of quiet kindness at a time. You are my beloved child, and I have clothed you in something that cannot be stripped away. It is a covering of life and power, a calling I placed on you before the world ever heard your name. People may not always see it, but it is there, and it is permanent. You are marked. You are chosen. You are set apart for something that matters. And none of this rests on how impressive your record looks, or how much you own. It rests on my decision, and my decisions do not expire. I am personally involved in every corner of your life, your work, your relationships, your health, your home. I am not a distant overseer glancing at your file from time to time. I am in the details, working on answers to problems you have not even met yet. I know what you need before you ask. I am already preparing provision for needs that have not yet arrived. And when my answers reach you, I want you to recognize them for what they are. Not luck, not coincidence. My hand, faithful again. Now listen carefully, because there is something you must understand about the giants you face. There will be times when a problem stands in your path so large that it blocks out the sun. A situation that looks hopeless. A mountain with no way around it. Those giants are not there to destroy you. They are there to reveal me. They are the stage on which I show you what I can do. Every giant that has ever stood against my children has ended the same way, on the ground. When you face one, do not measure it against your own strength. That arithmetic will always fail you. Measure it against mine. Remember who I am. Remember what I have already done in your life. Think back. Remember the time things looked finished and then suddenly shifted. Remember the prayer I answered after you had almost stopped praying it. Remember the door that opened when every other door had closed. Let those memories feed your faith today, because the God who did that has not changed. My power has not weakened. My commitment to you has not cooled. I am exactly who I have always been, and I am standing with you now, in this fight, in this season, in this very hour. And hear this about fear. Fear is not your friend, and it is not harmless. Fear is a thief. It creeps into your heart and steals your peace. It clouds your judgment and makes every problem look twice its true size. It whispers that the worst outcome is the most likely one, when I have written otherwise. Fear has no real power over you unless you hand it the keys. Today, take them back. Say it aloud. Fear has no place in my life. I am not led by dread. I am led by faith, because that is exactly who I made you to be. When you walk with me, you walk with the one before whom every darkness retreats. Nothing that rises against you can win, not because you are strong in yourself, but because I am your shield. And when the enemy looks at you, he must also look at me. That is why he cannot touch the core of who you are. Now, I want to speak to the part of you that has been waiting a long time. You have prayed for something, maybe for years, and it has not come. You have held on through disappointment after disappointment. You have kept believing when everything visible told you to stop. I see that. I honor that. And I tell you now, your waiting has not been wasted. Not one day of it. While you waited, I was building. While you wondered, I was arranging. What is coming is not only the thing you ask for, it is a fuller version of it than you knew how to ask for. My timing is not your timing. You see one small piece of the picture. I see the whole of it, from the first line to the last. And from where I stand, I can tell you with complete certainty, the wait will make sense. There are people who let go just before the answer arrived. They grew tired and walked away while I was setting the final pieces in place. I do not want that for you. Hold on. Keep asking. Keep showing up. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was working. You could not see it, but I was arranging everything. The answer you have carried in prayer is not lost. It is not forgotten. It is being completed, and it will arrive at the appointed hour, not one moment late. Do not read my silence as absence. Some of my deepest work happens in the quiet, the way roots deepen in soil that looks still from above. When I am quiet, I am not gone. I am concentrating on something that concerns you. And when the answer comes, you will understand why it could not have come sooner. You will see what had to move first, who had to be readied, what had to be cleared from the road. Trust me with the schedule. I have never been late to anything I promised. While you wait, keep doing the small, faithful things. Tend what is in front of you. Keep your word. Pray for the people around you. These quiet acts are not filler between now and your breakthrough. They are part of it. Kings are shaped in fields before they stand in palaces, and the shepherd years are never wasted years. I watched David guard sheep no one else counted, and I was preparing a throne the whole time. What you do in hidden places, I see. And what I see in secret, I reward in the open. So stand firm today, not because the circumstances have changed yet, but because you know the one who changes them. Steady your heart, set your face forward. The season you are entering is one I have already walked ahead of you, and I would not lead you into it without also making you able for it. Now let me touch a wound that has been aching for a long time. The words other people have spoken over your life. The criticism, the judgment, the voices that told you that you were not smart enough, not gifted enough, not worthy of the good things you long for. Maybe someone laughed at your dreams. Maybe someone questioned your faith. Maybe the people who should have lifted you up were the very ones who pressed you down. I heard every one of those words, and I want to heal what they left behind. Here is the truth. What people think of you does not define you. Their approval does not make you valuable, and their disapproval cannot make you worthless. Your worth was settled by me long before any of them met you, and no human voice holds the authority to overturn what I have declared. The critics do not have the final word. I do. And my word over you is full of love, purpose, and promise. Chosen, forgiven, called, restored. These are not compliments. These are facts, and I want you to wear them the way a king wears a crown. So lay down the exhausting work of proving yourself. Stop pouring your strength into winning approval from people who may never give it. You already have mine. Step out of the shadow of their opinions and into the light of what I say about you. And now I must ask something of you that is not easy. The people who wronged you, who misjudged you, who used your kindness against you, release them. Not because what they did was acceptable, not because they earned it. Because bitterness is a poison you drink with your own hands, and I want it out of your life. Forgiveness does not excuse them. It frees you. It takes the whole matter out of your grip and places it into mine, where justice is handled perfectly. No one who wounds one of my children escapes my attention. Let me carry that account and walk out from under its weight. When you forgive, something breaks open in the unseen. Old chains fall. Closed doors unlock. Seasons that were stuck begin to turn. It takes real strength to forgive someone who never asked for it. But you have that strength, because my spirit in you is greater than the hurt behind you. Breathe out the bitterness. Breathe in my peace. Do it as many times as it takes. Some releases happen once, and some happen every morning for a season. Either way, I am with you in the releasing, and do not carry shame about how long your healing is taking. Hearts do not mend on a schedule, and I have never once stood over you with a measuring rod while you grieved. I move at the pace of your trust. Where you can only give me a small yes today, I will honor that small yes and build on it tomorrow. What matters is the direction of your face, not the speed of your feet. Keep your face toward me. That is the whole instruction. The rest, I will supply. There is also a quiet dignity growing in you that you have not noticed. You ask for help sooner than you used to. You tell the truth about your limits. You no longer pretend to be fine when you are not. Do not mistake this honesty for weakness. It is the beginning of real strength, and it opens the door for me to work. My child, there is something else I want you to hear today, and I want you to receive it slowly. I am proud of you. I know that may be hard to take in. I know there are things you regret, choices you would remake if you could. But when I look at you, I see someone who kept getting up. Someone who kept reaching for me through seasons that would have hardened other hearts. Someone who chose faith again and again when quitting would have been easier. That kind of perseverance is rare, and it has not gone unnoticed by me. The road you walked did not only cost you, it formed you. You understand the weary now because you have been weary. You are gentle with the broken because you know what breaking feels like. That understanding in you is real treasure, and I will use it in ways you cannot yet imagine. You are not simply a person moving through days. You carry an assignment that belongs to you alone. The blend of your story, your gifts, and your scars fits a purpose that no one else on this earth can fulfill. I did not make a general design and stamp your name on it. I built you for this, deliberately. So do not compare yourself to anyone. Comparison will either puff you up or press you down, and both are lies. My plans for you are custom-made. My timeline for your life matches no one else's, and it was never supposed to. Run your own race. When a runner keeps looking sideways at the other lanes, two things happen. He slows down and he stumbles. Keep your eyes on the path I set before you, and you will keep both your speed and your footing. Run with endurance, not with panic. Some things I am building in you can only be built slowly, the way an oak grows, ring upon ring, year upon year. Do not despise the slow seasons. They are adding strength where you will need it most, and run with joy. Joy is not the same as happiness. Happiness depends on what happens. Joy depends on who I am, and who I am never changes. That is why joy can sing in a hard season. It is drawing from a well the drought cannot touch. There's a finish line ahead of you, and I am not neutral about whether you reach it. I am for you. Every step of your race matters to me, and I am running alongside you the whole way, closer than your own heartbeat. When you stumble, and you sometimes will, a stumble is not a disqualification. Get up, fix your eyes forward. The race was never won by the ones who never fell. It is won by the ones who rise, and rising is something you have learned well. Speak. I trust you, if you are ready to walk in what I have spoken over you. Now I want to speak over your home. Not just the walls and the roof, but the life that happens inside them. I want your home to be a place of peace. Not merely the absence of arguments, but a warm, living peace that people can feel the moment they cross your threshold. I am blessing your home even as my voice reaches you. I am filling the room where you gather, the table where you eat, the corners where laughter happens, and the quiet places where tears have sometimes fallen. I am in all of them. I am making your home a shelter where masks come off and healing begins. And for those you love who are still far from me, do not lose heart. I have not given up on them, and I see them more clearly than you do. Keep praying. Keep loving them without lectures. Your love is a seed, and seeds grow in seasons you cannot always watch. I will do what only I can do in their hearts, at the hour I know is right. Bring all of this to me in prayer, and let prayer be bigger for you than a list recited at bedtime. Prayer is you and me, speaking heart to heart. I already know every fact of your situation. What prayer changes first is you. It lines your heart up with mine, and from that alignment, power moves. When you pray with faith, things shift. Heaven leans in. Situations that stood frozen for years begin to thaw. Do not think of prayer as the last resort when your effort runs out. It is the first move of the wise, and the strongest position you can take in any battle. Build your life on my word as well. Let it be the ground floor of your thinking. The wisdom of the world changes with every generation. What it praises today, it mocks tomorrow. My word has outlasted empires, and it will still stand when every other voice has gone silent. When you are confused, my word gives clarity. When you are afraid, it puts courage back in your chest. When you feel unworthy, it tells you the truth about who you are. Store it in your heart the way a wise household stores grain, and you will have bread in every famine. Now let me speak to the worry that follows you around money and provision. I know it is one of the heaviest weights my children carry. Hear me plainly. I am your provider. That is not a title I wear. It is a role I actively fill every day in your life. I know what you need. I know what those under your roof need. My storehouses do not run low, and my ability to provide for you does not rise and fall with the times. I open doors no one can shut. I place the right people in your path. I plant ideas in your mind that become provision in your hands. I am not promising a life without lean seasons. Some of them teach trust in ways abundance never could. But I am promising this. You will not be abandoned in any of them. Keep bringing your needs to me. Keep handling what I give you with an open hand, and watch what I do with what you release. Now come away from the noise for a moment, because I want to teach you about stillness. The world has trained you to fill every silence, sound upon sound, hurry upon hurry, until the soul cannot hear itself, let alone hear me. But silence is not your enemy. Silence is where I speak most clearly. In the quiet, things rise to the surface. Old memories, unanswered questions, feelings you have pressed down for years. I know that can be uncomfortable, but what rises in my presence rises to be healed. Do not run from those moments. They are the doorway to your freedom. When you choose to be still before me, you are saying with your posture what words cannot say. You are saying, I trust you enough to stop. And to that kind of trust I always respond. Find small pockets of stillness in your day. Even a few unhurried breaths with me can change the hours around them. I live in the present moment, my child. Not in your yesterday with its regrets. Not in your tomorrow with its unknowns. Here. Now. When your mind races constantly between guilt behind you and worry ahead of you, you miss me. And you miss the good I have planted in this very hour. Look for me in the ordinary, the warmth of sunlight through a window, rain on the roof, the laughter of someone you love, the first quiet minutes of the morning. These are not small things. Every good thing in your day, no matter how plain, carries my signature on it. Watch, too, for the people I place along your path. Some encounters that look like chance or appointments I arranged long ago. Some will arrive to strengthen you at the exact moment you are ready to quit. Others will arrive needing what only you can give. Be generous with both, and be discerning as well, for not every hand extended toward you comes in kindness. Ask me, and I will show you who is sent and who is not. And let gratitude become your weapon. Not a polite habit, but a weapon. When you give thanks in a hard season, you are declaring that I am still good even when circumstances are not. You are announcing that your faith does not depend on comfort. That kind of thanksgiving shakes the darkness. When discouragement knocks, answer it with a list of what I have already done. Name the prayers I answered. Name the storms you survived. Name the daily bread that has never once failed to arrive. Gratitude turns your eyes from what is missing to who is present, and in that turning, everything changes. Practice this until it becomes your reflex. Thank me in the morning before the day has proven itself. Thank me at night for what you noticed and for what you missed. A grateful heart sees more, fears less, and stands longer. It is one of the strongest hearts a person can carry. Understand this about your life. It moves in seasons, just as the earth does. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, each one different, each one necessary. Knowing which season you are in will save you from despair in the cold months and from carelessness in the warm ones. If you are in winter now, a season that feels bare and stripped, hear me. Winter is not death. Beneath the frozen ground, roots are deepening. Strength is gathering where no eye can see it. Do not spend this season fighting to escape it. Ask me instead what I am building in you while the branches are bare, because spring is already on its way to you. If new things are budding in your life, tend them carefully. Protect what is young from the cold winds of other people's doubt. And if you are standing in a season of harvest, enjoy it without guilt. I give good things because I love you. Receive them with gratitude and share them with open hands. Some things in your life are also falling away right now, and I want you to let them. Not every ending is a tragedy. Some chapters close because their work is complete. Trust me in the turning of the seasons. I know the way forward, even when the path bends out of your sight. Now look at what is already in your hands, because many wait for something distant, while overlooking what I have already given. Moses held a shepherd's staff, a plain tool of wood. Surrendered to me, it parted a sea. David carried 5 smooth stones and a sling, and a giant fell. A boy offered 5 loaves and 2 small fish, and thousands ate their fill. What is in your hands today? What skills, what experiences, what small resources sit quietly in your life, waiting? Offer them to me. Stop waiting until you have more before you begin. In my economy, a small offering carried by great faith outweighs a fortune given without it. The widow with 2 coins gave more than all the wealthy that day because she gave her trust along with them. Start where you are. Use what you have. I will do the multiplying, and you will be amazed at what your ordinary becomes in my hands. And you who are deeply tired, come here. I know the kind of weariness that sleep does not fix, the tiredness of carrying heavy things for too long, the exhaustion of holding everyone else together. I see it, and I have rest for it. Not just rest for your body, rest for your soul. Come to me when you are worn down. Sit still and tell me how tired you are. Let me take the load from your shoulders and hand you something lighter. I am not asking you to do nothing. I am asking you to stop doing everything alone. With me carrying the weight beside you, even hard things become bearable. Without me, even small things can crush. Rest is not laziness. Rest is wisdom. The ones who finish their race are not the ones who never stop. They are the ones who know when to pause, be refilled, and go again. Let time with me be the well you return to. It will never run dry. Then rise, and mind the words you speak, for your mouth is either building or tearing down. I spoke worlds into being, and you, made in my image, carry an echo of that power. Stop saying that nothing works for you, that you always fail, that it is too late. Those words are seeds, and you do not want their harvest. Speak what I speak. Say, I am held, I am guided, I am not finished. There is a difference between being honest about today and signing your name to defeat forever. Tell the truth about the struggle, but declare the truth about your God in the same breath. And speak life over others too. One true, kind word at the right moment can hold up a soul that was about to fall. Let hope stand up inside you again. Not wishful thinking, but the settled confidence that comes from knowing who holds tomorrow. Hope anchored in me cannot be swept away. Storms may shake you. They cannot sink you. Feed your hope with my promises, and stand with people who carry hope too, for it spreads from heart to heart, like fire from lamp to lamp. Your story is not over. Whatever chapter you are in, it is not the last one. I am the author of your story, and I do not write tragedies. I write restoration. I write homecomings. There are turns ahead in your story that will leave you breathless with gratitude, and I have already written them. You belong to me, not because you polished yourself into worthiness, but because I chose you and called you mine. That belonging does not weaken when you fail. It does not fade when you wander. The moment you turn toward home, you will find me, already running toward you. And you were not made to walk this out in isolation. I set my children among one another on purpose, so that faith could be borrowed when yours runs thin, and lent when someone else's fails. Find the ones who speak truth to you and stay near them. Be honest about your struggles, and let others be honest about theirs. The friendships formed in that kind of honesty are strong enough to hold a person through the worst night of their life. Never believe the lie that you have drifted too far or stayed away too long for me to want you. There is no too far. There is no too long. My door has never once been closed to you, and it never will be. So go now into what remains of this day and into tomorrow with your head lifted. Live fully. Love boldly. Trust completely. Let the world see what a life looks like when it is certain that its God is good. Nothing you face is stronger than the one who goes with you. Nothing behind you can cancel what is ahead of you. My word over your life will finish everything it was sent to do, and my love will hold you until you see it with your own eyes. I am with you, today, tomorrow, and forever. If you receive all that I have spoken over you today, seal it now with your Amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, stop right now. I am not speaking to a crowd. I am not speaking to whoever happens to be near. I am speaking to you, and I am asking for 1 minute of your full attention. Not half of your mind while the rest wanders elsewhere. All of you, here, now. I do not interrupt like this without reason. You were moving quickly through your day. Your thoughts were already leaning toward the next thing and the next thing after that. Then something in you paused. You felt a pull you could not explain. A sense that this moment carried weight the others did not. That was not chance. That was me. I arranged this moment. I cleared the noise around it so my voice could reach you. I have watched you pass by 100 quiet invitations, telling yourself you would come back later. Later has become your most familiar word. So this time, I did not whisper from a distance. I stepped directly into your path. Do not let fear rise in you. I know that when something feels this serious, your first instinct is to brace yourself. You have been warned before by voices that did not love you. You have been pressured by people who used urgency as a weapon. I am not doing that. You are not in trouble. You are being reached for. Urgency does not mean danger, my child. Urgency means importance. It means something is worth stopping for. A shepherd does not shout because he hates the sheep. He shouts because he sees the edge of the cliff, and the sheep does not. I am raising my voice now because I see what you cannot see, and I love you too much to stay silent. Hear me clearly. This is not about rules, rituals, or performance. It is not about proving your faith or fixing yourself before you come near me. Strip all of that away. This is about your life, the direction it is drifting, and the weight your heart has been carrying alone. I am asking you to stop long enough to notice. I know you are tired, not only in your body, but somewhere deeper, in the place where hope is supposed to live. You have learned to function while disconnected from yourself. You stay busy because stillness feels heavy. Stillness brings up the questions you have been avoiding. But I am in the stillness. I am not there to overwhelm you. I am there to steady you. You were not created only to get through your days. You were created to be alive inside them. There is a difference between surviving a life and living one, and you have felt that difference growing wider. You wake, you work, you carry what must be carried, and somewhere along the way you stopped checking in with your own soul. I noticed. I have been noticing for a long time. This is urgent, but not because something terrible is about to fall on you. It is urgent because something good is trying to begin, and beginnings require attention. A seed ignored does not grow. A door unnoticed is never walked through. Right now, something is trying to take root in you, and I refuse to let it be trampled by hurry. So give me this minute. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow down. Let your mind stop racing ahead to what comes next. You do not have to solve anything in this moment. You do not have to decide everything today. You only have to listen, and listening is enough to begin. I have heard the prayers you never spoke out loud. I have seen the exhaustion you dress up as strength every morning. I know about the confusion you manage quietly so no one worries about you. None of it has been hidden from me. You have felt unseen by people, but you have never once been unseen by me. Let me say this plainly. I am not angry with you. I am not standing over you with a list of your failures. I am not waiting for you to become impressive before I draw near. I am paying attention to your heart, the real one. The one beneath the answers you give when people ask how you are. That heart has been asking for help in a language only I can hear. And I am answering. Not with noise, not with spectacle, with presence, with truth spoken directly to you at the exact moment you were able to receive it. You have asked me more than once whether I am real, whether I still care, whether you have drifted too far. Consider this. My reply. I am here. I care. And you are not too far. You have never been too far. What you do next matters. Not because everything collapses if you turn away, but because this is a beginning, and beginnings are easy to miss. If you drift back into hurry, life will go on. Nothing dramatic will happen. That is exactly what makes drifting so dangerous. The costliest losses are the quiet ones, the ones you only recognize years later. I do not want that for you. I want you awake. I want you present. I want you to feel your own life again instead of managing it from a distance. That is why I stopped you. That is why I am speaking with this much weight. Love that never interrupts is not love. Love steps in. Love says, "Not this way. Come here. Listen." So stay with me now. Do not reach for the next distraction. Do not tell yourself you will return to this when things calm down, because you and I both know that calm never seems to come. The moment is now. The word is now. And what I am about to speak over the rest of this time together has been prepared for you specifically, with a care you have not yet imagined. 1 minute of true listening can turn a day. 1 day can turn a life. You have already given me the minute. Now let me show you what I stopped you for. If your heart is still listening, declare your amen to me now. Now let me tell you why I stepped in. I do not break into a life carelessly. When I stop you this directly, it is because I see something you cannot yet see. I saw the direction your heart was drifting. I saw the weight you were about to pick up without noticing. I saw the quiet ways you were beginning to disconnect from your own soul. You were about to be pulled away again, not by anything dramatic, not by anything that looks dangerous from the outside, by the slow kind of distraction that feels harmless. Another task, another hour of noise, another stretch of wandering from one thing to the next without ever landing anywhere. Those are the distractions that steal the most, because they never announce what they are taking. Distraction did not enter your life as an enemy. It came dressed as relief. You were carrying too much, so you reached for anything that let your mind rest. Noise to cover the silence. Movement to avoid the stillness. Busyness to keep the harder questions at arm's length. I understand why. You were not being careless. You were tired. But I need you to see what it has been costing you. When your attention is always pulled outward, your inner life grows quiet. Not because it disappears, but because it is ignored. Slowly you stop noticing what you feel. You stop noticing what you need. You stop noticing when something inside you is asking for care. And when awareness fades, life begins to feel shallow even when it is full. You have felt this already. Prayer is harder to hold on to than it used to be. Silence feels restless instead of peaceful. Your thoughts scatter the moment you try to gather them. You can be surrounded by people and activity and still feel strangely far from yourself. This is not spiritual failure, my child. It is what happens when a heart is never still long enough to listen. Numbness is the danger I stepped in to interrupt. Not sin in the way you usually think of it. Numbness, the slow falling asleep to your own life. If I had stayed silent, you would not have collapsed. Nothing would have shattered. You would simply have kept going, promising yourself you would slow down someday, while someday kept moving further away. That is how a life goes missing. Not in one terrible decision, but in 10,000 small postponements. You were about to postpone yourself again. Postpone the rest you need. Postpone the honesty you owe your own heart. Postpone the moment of finally standing still before me. I have watched that pattern long enough. So I interrupted it. Understand what my interruption is. It is not punishment. It is protection. It is mercy arriving before damage settles in and becomes habit. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not wait politely for a better moment to speak. He calls out at once with force because he loves. I called out to you today for the same reason. I have always warned the ones I love. I warned Noah, not to frighten him, but to save him and his household from the flood. I warned Lot, and my warning pulled him out of a city already falling. I warned Israel through voice after voice, not because I enjoyed correction, but because I longed for closeness with them. Every warning I have ever spoken was an invitation to life. This one is no different. Some voices in your past used fear to control you. They made urgency feel like a trap closing around you. So when you sense weight in my words, part of you braces for condemnation. Release that. Fear pushes, but love invites. Fear creates panic, but love creates clarity. What I am speaking carries weight. Yes, it does not carry harm. If I did not care, I would let you drift. Silence would be easier. But I am not a distant God who watches from far off while his children slowly go numb. I am present. I am attentive. I speak when speaking is needed. And I refuse to watch you live at a distance from your own heart without saying a word. Look at how you have been living, not with shame, but with honest eyes. Rising, rushing, carrying, managing. Answering everyone's needs while quietly setting aside your own soul like a task for later. You have learned to survive impressively. But survival mode was never meant to be permanent. It keeps you functioning while slowly sealing off the deep places where joy and purpose live. I did not interrupt you because you were doing something wrong. I interrupted you because you were about to miss something right, something necessary, something that could not wait for a more convenient season. There is a turning point resting inside this very moment, and turning points are gentle things. They do not force themselves. They wait to be noticed, and they pass quietly when they are not. So I made sure you noticed. I slowed you down. I let certain plans stall and certain moments stretch so that you would be exactly here, exactly now, with just enough openness to hear me. You may call that coincidence, if you wish. I call it care. I have been arranging this conversation for longer than you know. Here is what I ask of you in return. Stay awake through the rest of this word. Do not let your mind slip back into its old habit of drifting when truth comes close. Every time you feel the pull to escape into noise, recognize it for what it is, and choose to remain with me instead. That single choice, repeated, will change more in you than you can currently imagine. You were not stopped by accident today. You were interrupted by love. Let that settle into you before we go further, because everything I am about to say next rests on it. I see you. I know exactly where you are, and I have come to you there, not to scold you, but to bring you back to life. Say, I hear you, Lord, if this word has found you awake. My child, this is not the first time I have spoken to you. You have heard me before. Not always with this clarity, not with this weight, but you have heard me. My voice has brushed against your heart many times, gently, patiently, never forcing its way in. I spoke in whispers, because whispers invite closeness. I wanted you to lean toward me, not pull away. Think back. There was a sudden pause before a decision that made no sense to you at the time. An uneasy feeling when everything looked fine on the surface. A quiet thought that kept returning no matter how often you dismissed it. You called it restlessness. You called it overthinking. It was neither. It was discernment waking up inside you. It was me. There were moments when you knew you should stop and you kept going. Moments when you felt moved to speak and you stayed silent. Moments when you sensed a change was needed and you told yourself the timing was wrong. You postponed what you felt because postponing seemed safer than responding. You promised yourself you would listen later when life slowed down, when you felt stronger. Hear this clearly. I do not condemn you for any of it. I never did. I know how loud responsibilities become. I know how easily a whisper is lost when everything else is shouting. You were not rebellious. You were cautious and worn out, doing what you thought you had to do to keep everything standing. I saw the reason behind every delay, and I stayed. There were also times when you heard me and moved only halfway. You acknowledged the feeling but did not act on it. You said, "I will think about it." Partial listening is still listening, my child, but it leaves work unfinished, and unfinished things return. That is why some of what I say today will feel familiar. It has been waiting for you. I am not replaying these moments to shame you. I am showing you something important. My voice has been consistent even when your response was delayed. I did not stop speaking because you did not answer. I did not withdraw because you hesitated. Every ignored nudge was followed by another, softer or stronger, shaped to reach you where you were. That is what faithfulness looks like. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now understand why my voice has grown louder. It is not anger. You have not failed some hidden test. I am speaking with more force because whispers were no longer reaching you through the noise. Life grew louder around you. Distraction grew stronger. The familiar numbness thickened. So my voice became clearer, firmer, more direct. Love adapts when conditions change. Love raises its voice when a whisper would be lost. A repeated call is not rejection. It is mercy. When something returns to your awareness again and again, it is not an accident. When a question keeps resurfacing, when a discomfort will not resolve, when the same truth finds you through different doors, it is because it still matters. I repeat myself because the door is still open. I repeat myself because there is still time. Each time you postponed listening, I stayed near. I adjusted the pace. I softened what your delay could have cost you. I guarded you from harm you never saw coming. But there comes a point when silence would do more damage than interruption. When love must speak plainly, even if it lands with discomfort. You are standing at that point now. That is why today does not feel like the other days. And here is something you must not miss. The fact that you have heard me before means you are able to hear me now. You are not distant. You are not cut off. You recognized my voice in this word, even faintly. And that recognition is proof that something living already exists between us. I do not speak this way to strangers. I speak this way to my own. You may feel regret rising as you remember the times you turned away. Let that regret become awareness instead of shame. Awareness sharpens the heart. Shame dulls it. I am not asking you to relive your past. I am asking you to learn what it has to teach. Those moments showed you where fear speaks loudest in you. They showed you where trust still needs to grow. Now I am asking for something different. Listen fully this time, not partially. Respond, do not postpone. Stay present instead of drifting toward the exits. Not because I will abandon you if you fail, but because repeated delay slowly teaches a heart not to listen at all, and I want your heart alive, sensitive, and quick to respond. That kind of heart hears me everywhere. I am still calling you because I still want you close. I am still speaking because your story is still being written. This louder voice you hear today is not frustration. It is clarity. It is love refusing to be ignored one more season. You have heard me before and you are hearing me now. What you do with this moment will shape how clearly you hear me in every moment that follows. So let this call sink deeper than the others did. Do not file it away with the things you mean to get to. I am here. I am speaking. And I am waiting, not with judgment, but with hope. Now listen carefully, because I want you to understand what is actually at stake. It is not my love for you. My love is settled. It does not rise and fall with your performance, and it will not be withdrawn if you stumble. What is at stake is something quieter and more easily lost. Your sensitivity, your clarity, the ease with which your future unfolds. Delay carries consequences, and I tell you this in truth, not in threat. When something is meant to be faced and it is postponed again and again, the heart adjusts to carrying unresolved weight. What was once discomfort becomes normal. What once stirred you becomes background noise. Little by little, you stop noticing what your spirit has been trying to tell you. That is the danger of delay, not sudden collapse, gradual dulling. Understand the difference. Delay does not make me leave. It does not lessen my love, but it does affect how clearly you hear me, how freely you move, and how much peace you actually experience. When you keep postponing what you already sense, clarity blurs. You begin to second-guess what you once knew. You lean on distraction instead of direction. This is not punishment, it is consequence. The way ignoring hunger weakens the body even though food never stopped existing. There are doors open to you right now that are connected to timing. Not every door closes loudly. Some close in silence, simply by no longer being reachable the way they once were. Seasons of growth, healing, and new direction do not announce when they are ending. They stay open for a while, waiting to be noticed. When noticing is postponed too long, the season turns. This does not mean everything is lost when a door closes. I am the God of new doors, but it does mean some things become harder than they needed to be. Lessons that could have been learned once must be learned again. Peace arrives later than it could have. Life feels heavier than it was ever meant to feel. I do not want that road for you. That is why I am speaking today instead of next year. Windows close too, my child. Windows of courage when your heart is brave enough to act. Windows of softness when your heart is open enough to receive. When you are aware and responsive, growth moves through you easily. When you keep saying later, something inside you learns to stay guarded. Guarded hearts survive. But you were not made merely to survive. The enemy of your soul knows all of this. His most effective lie is not a dramatic one. It is a small, reasonable whisper. There is always tomorrow. You can deal with this when things settle down. Nothing urgent is happening. He does not need you to reject me. He only needs you to postpone me. Because a postponed decision is a decision he keeps winning by default, day after quiet day. That is why he would love for this word to wash over you and fade. He fears what happens when you finally act, because the moment you respond to me fully, patterns that have held you for years begin to lose their grip. So, do not be surprised that a dozen small urgencies are already tugging at your attention, telling you this can wait. It cannot. Not because I am impatient, but because you have waited long enough. Hear the difference between panic and urgency. Panic says everything will fall apart if you do not act this instant. Urgency says this matters enough to face now, while it can still be shaped gently. Panic scatters you. Urgency gathers you. I never speak panic over my children, but I will speak urgency, because urgency is what love sounds like when the moment is real. You may look around and see no dramatic choice in front of you and wonder what all this weight is for. That is because the most important shifts rarely look dramatic. They happen inside first. A willingness to listen. A decision to stop running from stillness. A choice to respond today instead of promising tomorrow. Those quiet inner turnings decide which outer paths remain open to you. If you set this word aside, nothing will explode. Life will simply continue. That is precisely what makes ignoring it so easy and so costly. You will move forward carrying a little more weight, a little more numbness, a little less clarity. And those small subtractions add up. One day you would find yourself asking why peace feels so far away, why direction is so hard to find, and the answer would not be one great mistake. It would be many small delays. But that is not the story I am writing for you. I am telling you all of this while your heart can still feel it, and the fact that you can feel it is worth more than you know. Numbness has not finished its work in you. There is still tenderness in you, still hunger, still a pull toward me. That pull is the proof that this moment has arrived on time. What is at stake is not my approval. You already have my love. What is at stake is whether you keep moving through your days unconsciously or begin to move with awareness and intention. Awareness opens a way forward. Unawareness circles the same ground for years. I am offering you the open way. So do not let fear rush you, and do not let comfort sing you back to sleep. Let this urgency sharpen you gently, the way morning light sharpens the edges of a room. Something in your life is ready to shift. It has been ready for a while. It was waiting for your attention, and your attention is finally here. Stay with me now. The next thing I want to show you is harder to look at, but it is where your freedom begins. I am going to hold up a mirror, and I am going to hold your hand while you look into it. Come closer now. Let the noise fall away until there is nothing left but my voice and the beat of your own heart. I am going to show you something sacred, something few ever slow down long enough to face. The true state of your soul. You see your face reflected every day. You rarely see what I see beneath it. Do not be afraid. I am not holding this mirror to condemn you. I am holding it to heal you. You say you love me, and I know you mean it. I have heard your prayers, your whispered promises, your moments of real surrender. But your heart drifts, my child. Like a leaf on moving water, it is pulled away by every fear, every demand, every fresh worry the day brings. You return to me and you drift again. I am not shaming you for this. I am naming it, because what is named can be healed. Look first at the striving. You have been trying to fix yourself without me. You told yourself, if I work harder, think better, pray more, I will finally get it right. You have carried burdens that were never sized for human shoulders and called it responsibility. You wanted results without relationship, peace without presence, blessing without surrender. And every time you ran ahead of me, the road grew rough. Not because I wanted you to fall, but because I wanted you to stop and look for me. Now look at the control. You have gripped your life tightly, believing that if you managed every outcome, you would finally be safe. But control was never safety, my child. It was fear wearing a confident face. You were never meant to steer the storm. You were meant to rest in the presence of the one who commands the wind and the waves. The tighter your grip, the more tired you became. You know this. You have felt it in your own hands. Look at the pride that whispers, I can handle this alone. Look at the resentment that still lingers from wounds others caused you, the ones you say you have released but still carry. Look at the guilt you keep in a hidden place, the shame you have never spoken aloud to anyone. I see all of it, every locked room, every buried thing. And hear me clearly, I am not repelled by any of it. I came for exactly this, I heal the brokenhearted. I set captives free. That is who I am. You have doubted my love because of your past. You assumed that what you did, or what was done to you, placed you outside my reach. It did not. When you ran, my eyes followed you. When you hid, my light kept finding you. There has never been a day when I looked at you and turned away. Not one. Even at your worst, I called you mine. You tell yourself that you trust me, but trust is more than words. Trust is the moment you hand me what you cannot understand. It is releasing the question why and accepting my answer of when. You have been afraid that surrender means losing yourself. It does not. Surrender is where you finally find yourself because you were never meant to carry your own existence like luggage. You were meant to be carried. So lay it down now. The worry you manage every waking hour, the anger you keep pressed beneath politeness, the exhaustion you hide behind capability, the plans you clutch because letting go feels like falling. Bring them all to me. I will not turn you away. I have never once turned you away. My hands still bear the marks of how far I went to bring you back. Those marks are not reminders of pain. They are the proof of what you are worth to me. Stop trying to earn what I have already given freely. You have spent years working for a love that was yours before you did anything at all. My grace does not rest on your perfection. It rests on your willingness to receive it. So stop striving, my child, and start receiving. That single shift will do more in you than a decade of trying harder. Look once more into the mirror, and this time see what I see. Where you see failure, I see a person still standing after battles no one else witnessed. Where you see weakness, I see the very places my strength intends to dwell. Where you see a story too far gone, I see chapters not yet written, and I hold the pen. You are not your worst season. You are not the words spoken over you by people who could not see your worth. Let me do now what you could never do for yourself. Let me wash what guilt has stained. Let me soften what pain has hardened. Let me open the rooms fear has kept locked, one door at a time, gently, at the pace your heart can bear. If tears come as I work, let them come. They are not weakness. They are the loosening of what has been held too tightly for too long. You were never meant to fix yourself. You were meant to be made whole in my presence. There is a difference, and today you are allowed to stop pretending otherwise. Come as you are, not cleaned up, not composed. As you are. That is the only way anyone has ever truly come to me. And do not rush away from this place, my child. Honesty like this is rare, and rare things deserve a moment to breathe. You have just seen yourself without the armor, and you are still standing, still loved, still mine. That alone should tell you something. The truth about you was never as dangerous as the hiding was. From this day on, let honesty be the ground you build on, because everything I build in you will stand on it. This honest look is not the end of the mirror. It is the beginning of a new reflection. Keep standing here with me, and the day will come when you look at yourself and recognize at last someone deeply loved, fully known, and completely forgiven. That is the face I have seen all along. Declare, I surrender, if you are ready to stop carrying this alone. Now let me answer the question you have carried the longest. Where was I when it hurt the most? You have asked it in anger and in exhaustion. You have asked it politely in prayer and bitterly in the dark. It deserves an answer, and I will give you one. I was there, not watching from a distance. There, on the nights when your chest felt too heavy to breathe, I was in the room. When you spoke into the darkness, God, if you are real, please do not leave me. I did not leave. I stayed until morning. I have stayed every night since. You felt alone because pain shouts louder than presence, not because presence was missing. There is a difference between feeling abandoned and being abandoned, and you have never once been the second. You believed your prayers went unanswered. Some of them were answered in ways you have not yet recognized. When you asked for a door and it stayed shut, that shut door was often my answer, because I could see what waited on the other side of it. When you asked for a person to stay and they left, I let them walk, because their place in your future was smaller than their place in your fear. You called these losses. Some of them were rescues. I did not enjoy your pain, my child. Hear that plainly, because religion has sometimes taught you otherwise. I did not design your suffering as a lesson or send heartbreak as a package with a purpose hidden inside. This world is broken, and its brokenness reached you as it reaches everyone. What I did was refuse to waste any of it. There is nothing that has happened to you, nothing that I cannot turn toward your good. That is not the same as causing it. That is redeeming it. Think of a field left unplanted for a season. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But underneath, the soil is recovering its strength. Some of your empty seasons were exactly that. Not punishment, not abandonment. Ground being restored below the surface where no one could see, least of all you. You judged those seasons by what they grew. I measured them by what they healed. And think of a river. It does not reach the sea in a straight line. It bends around stone, doubles back, slows in some places, and rushes in others. And every turn that looks like a detour is the water finding its true course. Your path is bent in ways you never chose. It has slowed where you wanted speed and rushed where you wanted stillness. But it has been moving, all of it, toward something. You are further along than you believe. My silence troubled you most of all. You took it as absence, or worse, as indifference. But there are silences and there are silences, my child. There is the silence of an empty house, and there is the silence of someone sitting beside a sleeping loved one, present, watchful, saying nothing because nothing needs to be said yet. My silence was the second kind. I was never gone. I was near, and I was not finished. When the betrayal came, when someone you trusted turned, I remained trustworthy. When fear wrapped around you at night and you could not name what you were even afraid of, I stayed until it loosened. When grief hollowed you out, I did not hurry you through it or hand you tidy explanations. I sat with you in it. Love does that. Love does not always fix quickly. Sometimes love simply refuses to leave. Look at your scars, the seen ones and the unseen ones. You have seen them as marks of damage. Look at them again. Every scar is a place where healing already happened. A scar is not an open wound. It is the mark of a wound that closed. You survived what you once believed would end you, and you did not survive it alone. My hand was under you in every fall that did not finish you. You have also wondered why some of my help arrived so late, by your measure. But I do not measure time the way you do. You count days. I weigh readiness, timing, and 100 moving pieces you will never see from where you stand. Some things I withheld because your hands were not yet free to hold them. Some things I delayed because they would have cost you more arriving early than they ever cost you arriving late. Not one delay was neglect. Not one. There were dangers that never reached you, and you will never know their names. Roads you did not take that would have broken something in you. Choices that fell through at the last moment and felt like failure, but were my hand quietly closing a way that led somewhere you could not afford to go. You have thanked me for the blessings you can see. One day you will thank me for the disasters you never met. So take the question you have carried, where were you? And let it be answered at last. I was in the room where the hardest news found you. I was in the silent kitchen long after midnight. I was on the long road home, when you broke down, where no one could see you. I was there, and I am here, and the same presence that carried you through what has ended will carry you through what has not yet begun. You do not have to understand every chapter to trust the author. You only have to know that I have never once let go of you, and I never will. What you walked through did not disqualify you. It did not push you outside my plan. You are still mine, still called, still carried. And the road ahead of you is not a repeat of the road behind. Let the old accusation fall silent now. The one that said you were forgotten. You were never forgotten. You were held through every hour you thought you were holding yourself. Breathe that in. Let it reach the oldest ache you have. It has waited a long time for the truth. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The interruption, the mirror, the long answer to your oldest question. All of it has been leading here, to a single open door and a single choice. I did not stop you today only to comfort you. I stopped you to call you through. There is a door standing open in front of you right now. Not a door you can touch with your hands, but one more real than anything your hands have ever held. It is the door back to me. Fully back. Not the halfway distance you have been living at, close enough to remember me, far enough to keep control. I am asking for the whole return, every room of your heart, every locked door inside it, all of you, for all of me. I will not pretend this door stands open forever in the same way. I told you that seasons turn and windows close, and I told you the truth. Not because my love expires. My love has no end. But moments like this one are rare, and hearts do not stay soft by accident. You are soft now. You are listening now. This is the hour to move, while moving is still simple. One honest yes. That is the entire distance between you and everything I'm about to describe. Hear what waits on the other side of your yes. The heaviness that has sat on your chest like a stone through season after season will begin to lift. Not all at once, but truly. The confusion that has circled your mind will start to clear the way. Fog clears when the sun climbs, slowly, then suddenly. The fears that have ruled your nights will lose their voices one by one. These are not poetic promises, my child. This is what I do. I am the God of turned tides and reopened roads. What was broken in you will be mended. What was taken from you will be answered with more than was lost. What has been delayed will move again, and some of it will move quickly, because it was never stuck. It was waiting. I will go ahead of you into days you have been afraid to imagine. I will level what stands against you. I will silence what has accused you. I have done this for generation after generation, and I have not changed. But I will not force your yes. Love cannot be commanded into a heart, only welcomed. So the enemy of your soul is telling you, even now in this final hour of this word, that you can decide later. He has watched this whole encounter, and he is reaching for the only weapon he has left, delay. Recognize his whisper by its sweetness. Tomorrow. Soon. When things settle. He has sung that song over you for years, and it has cost you years. Not this time. This time you see the trick before it lands. There is no promise of tomorrow anywhere in your possession, my child. All you have ever owned is now. And now is exactly enough, because I am not asking you for a lifetime of perfection today. I am asking for this moment of surrender today. Lifetimes are built out of moments like this one, single, honest, unrepeatable. So come home, not to a building, not to a set of rules, to me. Come home to the presence that made you, the voice that has followed you through every wilderness, the love that never once agreed to let you go. You have wandered long enough. You have fought battles that were never assigned to you and carried loads I never placed on your back. Set them down at the threshold. They do not come through this door. They were never going to. And when you step through, walk differently. Guard the stillness we found together today. Return to it daily, even briefly, because that is where you will hear me clearest. When the noise rises again, and it will rise, let it find you rooted. When the old numbness reaches for you, and it will reach, remember what it cost you and refuse it. You are not the same as you were an hour ago. Live like it. Bring others with you in prayer, the ones you love, the ones you carry even when they do not know it. Speak peace over them. Some of what I am beginning in you today will reach them through you, in words you say, in patience you show, in the changed way you walk into a room. A healed life is never healed for itself alone. Light spills. Let yours. There will be mornings when you doubt this moment. The feeling will fade because feelings always fade, and you will wonder whether any of it was real. When that morning comes, remember this: truth does not evaporate with emotion. What I spoke today was not a feeling. It was a word, and my words do not return empty. They accomplish what I send them to do. This one was sent to bring you home, and it has found you. I am not asking you to become someone else. I am asking you to become who you already are beneath the fear, beneath the striving, beneath the years of holding your breath. That person has been waiting inside you like seed under winter ground, alive the whole time, ready for one season of warmth. This is the warmth. This is the season. Rise into it. So now I pause. Heaven leans close. Everything I have spoken stands complete before you. Every promise in place, every door unlocked. What remains is yours alone to give, and it is the smallest and largest thing I will ever ask of you. Your yes, not tomorrow's yes, today's. Give it to me now, plainly, in your own words, in your own voice. I am listening the way I have listened to you all your life, fully, closely, with everything I am. And the moment you speak, I will answer, not with thunder, but with peace you will feel settle over you like evening light. Then we will walk forward from this hour together, you and I, into the future I have kept for you. You stopped when I called. You stayed until the end. You heard what most never slow down to hear. Now finish what this moment started, and do not look back at the life you are leaving, because nothing back there compares to what is ahead. I love you, my child. I have said it in 1,000 quiet ways, and today I have said it plainly. Take it with you. Build on it. Rest in it. It will hold. Say, yes, Lord, I choose you now, and let that be your first step through the open door.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, be still for a moment and listen to what your heart has known for a long time. You were never made to walk through this life feeling lost or forgotten. Every morning you rise carrying worries you do not speak aloud. Quiet fears, tired thoughts. I know each one, and today I am answering them. Something is going to shift in you as you hear these words. Not because the words are clever, but because I am in them. I have watched you long enough. Now I am speaking, and I am asking you to listen closely. Have you felt the restlessness lately? The sense that something is ending? The strange discomfort in places that used to feel like home? You have wondered if something is wrong with you. Nothing is wrong with you. Your spirit has recognized what your mind has not yet understood. I am moving you. Where you have been living is not where you are going. What you have known is not what I have prepared. The season is turning, and the change begins now, as my voice reaches you. This is not a small adjustment. This is the lifting of your whole life from one ground into another. Do not fear that word moving. I do not uproot to harm. I uproot to plant. A vine left in shallow soil will never bear the fruit it was made for. So the keeper of the vineyard lifts it, roots and all, and sets it in ground deep enough to hold its future. That is what I am doing with you. The shaking you have felt is not destruction. It is my hands around the roots. Think of the caterpillar wrapped in its dark cocoon. From the outside, nothing seems to be happening. It looks still, it looks finished, but inside, an entire transformation is underway. That has been your life in this last season. The stillness was not emptiness. It was work you could not see. You are not falling apart. You are being put together in a new arrangement, piece by piece, in a way that will one day make perfect sense to you. I do not waste seasons. I do not waste silence. Even the days that felt like nothing were doing something. I know your heart has been heavy. You have carried worry like a stone in your chest, waking with it, sleeping with it still there. Hear me now. Fear does not get the final word in your story. I do, and my word over you is good. You were not made by accident. You were shaped with care and with a purpose that belongs to you alone. There is a light in you meant to reach people far beyond what you can imagine. It has been covered for a while. It will not stay covered. Part of this move is my hand lifting the covering. Picture a tree planted beside a flowing river. The sun beats down, the dry months come, and still the tree does not wither, because its roots drink from a source that never runs dry. That is the life I made you for. Stay joined to me and you will bear fruit in the right season, and no drought will touch what I sustain. A tree like that does not panic when the wind rises. Its branches sway, its leaves shake, but it stands, because what holds it is beneath the surface, where no storm can reach. Your strength works the same way. People see the smile you wear and the way you keep showing up. I see what holds you, hidden and deep, and I am the one holding it. So when you feel you have nothing left to give, remember where your strength comes from. It was never your own tired arms. It was never your worn spirit pushing through one more day. It is me, underneath you, closer than your next breath. When doubt creeps in during the quiet hours of the night, hold to what you know is true. I have carried you this far. I am not setting you down now. Take a breath right now as you listen. Let your shoulders drop. You are not alone in this, and you are not behind. Everything you are facing has already been measured, and none of it is stronger than the one who walks with you. Success is not a question in your future. It is a decision I have already made. Some things never change, and I am one of them. The promises I spoke over your life are still standing, as solid today as the day they were spoken. So keep walking. Be brave as you move forward, because your steps are being guided by wisdom far greater than your own. I am leading you toward a place of peace and abundance, even on the days the road makes no sense to you. Whatever tomorrow holds, you do not need to fear it. The way has already been prepared before you take the first step. No trouble that rises against you is greater than the love that surrounds you. My peace wraps around you like a covering, and my light goes ahead of you into the darkest stretch of the path. You will not be left behind. You will not be forgotten. Your greatest strength as you move into this new season is simply knowing how deeply you are loved. Not loved in a general way, from a distance, as one of many. Loved by name, loved on purpose. loved with a love that decided on you and has never once looked away. This is why I have come to you today before this day ends, because the move has begun, and I did not want you to walk into it confused. I wanted you to hear it from me. Where you have been is not where you are going. Receive that, and let it settle deep. Declare your amen now if your heart is open to receive this word. Before I show you where you are going, let me remind you how you have been kept. Think of a shepherd with his flock. He does not lead from far away. He walks among the sheep. He notices which one is limping, which one has wandered too close to the ravine, which one is simply tired and needs to be carried for a while. That is how I have cared for you. You were never one face in a crowd to me. I have noticed you individually, led you personally, and waited for you patiently, even when you wandered, even when you were slow to follow, even when you needed to be carried more often than you would like to admit. I lead you to green pastures. I bring you to quiet waters. When you have walked through the lowest valleys, I did not send help from a distance. I came down into the valley myself and walked it with you. That has been true in every season, including the ones where you felt nothing at all. Now hear this, because it matters for the move ahead. You cannot carry your old burdens into your new dwelling place. You were never meant to haul the heaviness of your past forever. The old pain, the old guilt, the memories that weigh you down more than they teach you. I dealt with all of it long ago. It is finished business. Picture yourself walking along a shore, a heavy sack over your shoulder, filled with stones you picked up along the way. Each stone a mistake, each stone a regret, each stone a moment you wish you could take back. Every step is harder because of that weight. Now picture setting the sack down at the water's edge and watching the tide pull it out farther and farther until it disappears. That is what my forgiveness does. It does not lighten the load. It removes it entirely. As far as the east is from the west, that is how far I have carried your failures from you. So you do not need to defend yourself to people who only want to remind you of who you used to be. Those who judge you for things long buried are usually avoiding a look at their own hearts. Do not let their opinions shape how you see yourself. I have spoken over you, and my voice outranks theirs. Some days the same old struggles will return wearing different faces, hoping to wear you down. When that happens, do not run to noise and distraction. Come to me instead. Sit in stillness. Let your heart speak honestly about what it carries, and let me answer. That is where your strength gets rebuilt. And do not let worry about provision steal your peace. Look back for a moment. Remember the times you did not know how you would make it through, the debt you could not pay, the news that frightened you, the door that seemed shut forever. And yet here you are. A way appeared that you had not planned, more than once. Those moments were not luck. They were me. That same faithfulness is not behind you. It is ahead of you, already at work in the places you have not reached yet. What I did before, I will do again, and I will do more. I remind you of this because trust is the road you will travel on in this next season. Not certainty, trust. You will not always see the whole path. I never show the whole path at once because I am not only leading you somewhere, I am building someone. The building happens on the walk. There is strength in you that you have not yet had to use. Reserves you do not know exist until the day calls for them. You have come through every hard day you have ever faced. Every one. That is not a small record. That is evidence of who has been with you. And whatever you are dreading about tomorrow, understand this. You are looking at tomorrow while holding only today's strength, and that is why it looks impossible. I do not give tomorrow strength today. I give it when tomorrow comes, in full measure, exactly on time. I have never once been late with it. You have also spent years waiting for someone to notice your effort, waiting for applause that never came, waiting for recognition that always seemed to land on someone else. Listen to me. None of your quiet work escaped my attention. The early mornings nobody witnessed. The times you helped someone and told no one. All of it is written down with me, and all of it matters. Think of a gardener tending a plant in a forgotten corner of the yard. No one applauds the watering or the weeding or the patient waiting through months when nothing seems to happen. Then one day the plant blooms and everyone notices the flower, never knowing the years of quiet care that made it possible. You have been that gardener. Your bloom is coming. There have been people who never understood the weight you carried, who saw the surface and assumed you were fine because you smiled. That is not a flaw in you. It is proof of how strong you have had to be. But in this new season, you do not have to pretend. You are allowed to be honest about your struggle. Honesty is a doorway, and healing walks through it. So set the weight down. Let me hold what you have been holding. You have carried enough for one season, and the next season does not require it. It requires open hands, a listening heart, and the willingness to follow when I say walk. I am about to name the places I am moving you from and the places I am moving you to. 7 movements. 7 transfers from old ground to new ground. Each one signed by my own hand, and each one already in motion over your life. Stay with me because you need to hear all 7. Say I believe right where you are, if this word is reaching your spirit. Here's the first movement. I am moving you from scarcity into abundance. You have lived in the land of not enough for too long. It became so familiar that you began to treat it as home. You learned to expect the shortfall, to brace for the lack, to shrink your hopes down to the size of what seemed possible. That land was never your inheritance. I have kept a record that no ledger on earth contains. Every seed you planted in faith. Every portion you released when reason told you to hold back. Every time you blessed someone else while you yourself were lacking. None of it was lost. All of it was counted, and all of it has been growing toward a harvest. But hear me carefully. A harvest cannot be delivered to a heart still living in lack. So I'm not merely increasing what you have. I am changing where you live. I am moving you out of the region of barely surviving into the land of more than enough. You will not visit abundance occasionally. You will dwell there. I will supply all your needs according to my riches, not according to your wages, not according to the economy of men, according to the wealth of my glory. That is the measure. Watch for it. Provision will begin arriving from directions that make no sense on paper. Doors will open that you did not knock on, and you will know the ground under your feet has changed. There is a part you play in this movement, and it is the same part the sowers of old have always played. Faith that stays in the heart and never reaches the hands is only a feeling. Trust becomes real the moment it costs something to express. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Remember the widow who gave her 2 small coins. Others gave from their surplus and felt nothing. She gave from her need, and I have told her story to every generation since. It was never the size of the offering I measured. It was the size of the trust behind it. A seed that never leaves the sower's hand never becomes anything more than a seed. Released into the ground, it becomes a field. Now hear the second movement. I am moving you from rejection into acceptance. You have lived too long in the house that rejection built. Rejection from family who should have celebrated you. Rejection from friends who should have stood by you. Rejection from doors that should have opened at your knock. Each one added a brick, until you were walled in by the feeling of being unwanted. Some of those walls you learned to decorate. You told yourself you preferred being alone. You told yourself you did not need anyone's welcome. I know better, and so do you. The ache of being left outside never fully went away. It shaped how you enter rooms. It shaped how quickly you expect people to leave. But rejection was only ever a place you stayed. It was never who you are. And I am moving you out. My own son knew rejection in full. He was despised and turned away by the very ones he came for. He was cast outside the city so that you could be brought inside the family. The price of your acceptance was paid in full. And I do not pay for things I do not intend to claim. So the walls are coming down. I am bringing you into a place of belonging. People will welcome you who have no earthly reason to. Rooms that once closed to you will open at your approach. A community will receive you that you thought would never make space for you. And slowly the flinch in you will soften, because your heart will learn its new surroundings. You will know this movement is complete when the old rejections lose their sting. When you can remember the ones who turned you away without your chest tightening. When you stop rehearsing the arguments you never got to make. That freedom is part of the inheritance. I do not just change your circumstances. I heal what the old ones did to you. Accept one another, I have said, as my son accepted you. Notice the order. He accepted you first, before you cleaned yourself up, before you proved anything. Your acceptance was never a wage you earned. It was a decision I made. Now I am simply bringing your daily life into agreement with what has been true in my heart all along. And understand this about both movements, the one out of scarcity and the one out of rejection. They are connected. A person who believes they are unwanted will also believe they deserve little. When you learn how welcome you are, you will stop apologizing for hoping. You will ask largely because sons and daughters ask differently than strangers do. So lift your head. The land of not enough is behind you. The house of the unwanted is behind you. You are walking, even now, toward open doors and a set table. I prepared both before you ever knew to want them. There are 5 more movements to name, and each one reaches into a different room of your life. Your mind, your body, your friendships, your purpose, your timing. I am leaving nothing untouched because a half-moved life is a divided life, and I have never done half a work in anyone who trusted me. Stay with me now. The next movement touches the battle you have fought the longest, the one inside your own thoughts. The third movement is this. I am moving you from confusion into clarity. Your mind has been living in a fog, thoughts that never settle, directions that all look equally uncertain. Decisions made in that fog have cost you years, and some have cost you people. You were not foolish. You simply could not see, and no one walks straight through a mist. I am not the author of that confusion. I never was. I am a God of peace, and peace is the climate of the place I am bringing your mind into. The fog is lifting, even now, as you listen. Lying voices that clouded your thinking are being silenced. Distractions that scattered your focus are being swept from your path. Within days, something you have wrestled with will suddenly make sense. A decision that has sat heavy on you will become simple. A direction you doubted will become obvious. Do not credit coincidence when it happens. It will be my hand wiping the glass clean so you can finally see what was always there. Clarity changes more than decisions. It changes rest. A clear mind lies down at night and actually sleeps. A clear mind hears my voice without straining, because it is no longer drowned out by 100 competing worries. That quietness of thought is part of your inheritance, and I am handing it to you now. The fourth movement reaches into your body. I am moving you from sickness into health. Your body has been dwelling in a place it was never designed to inhabit. Pain that became so constant you stopped mentioning it. Weariness you learned to schedule your life around. Limits you accepted as permanent roommates. Hear my word over your frame. I am the Lord who heals you, not who might heal, not who could if conditions allow. Who heals? Present tense, active. I knit your body together in the first place, and I have never forgotten how it works. So watch what begins to shift. Pain that was constant will start to loosen its grip. Strength that was drained will begin returning in the mornings. What was declining will steady, and what was steady will improve. Some of it will come through rest and wisdom. Some through the hands of skilled healers I have placed in your path. And some will simply defy explanation, because I reserve the right to do what no one can trace. Your youth will be renewed like the eagles. That is not poetry for someone else. It is a promise with your name inside it. Care for the body I gave you, honor its limits without worshiping them, and trust me with what is beyond your reach. Health is where I am taking you. Let your expectations move there ahead of your symptoms. Now the fifth movement, and listen closely, because this one touches the loneliest room in your life. I am moving you from isolation into connection. You have felt alone even when surrounded, unseen even in crowded rooms, disconnected even inside relationships. That isolation was never natural to you. It was a strategy against you. The enemy of your soul has always understood something simple. Alone, you are easier to discourage. Alone, your doubts go unanswered and your fears go unchallenged. So he worked to wall you off, to convince you that no one would understand, that reaching out was weakness, that solitude was safety. It was a cage painted to look like a shelter. I am tearing it down. I set the lonely in families. That is my ancient pattern, and I have not retired it. Even now I am gathering people toward you, people who will understand you without long explanations. People prepared for you during the same years you were being prepared for them. Companions for the road ahead, not spectators of it. Two are better than one, for if either falls, the other lifts them up. You have done too much falling with no one there to lift you. That season is closing. A knock will come, a conversation will start, a bond will form, and it will feel strangely like home. When it happens, do not retreat out of habit. Open the door. It will be me on the other side of it, wearing the face of a friend. And connection will ask something of you, too. You will need to let yourself be truly known, not just seen from a distance. You will need to say out loud, at least to a trusted few, that you do not have it all together. That kind of honesty is not a failure. It is the toll gate on the road out of loneliness, and it costs far less than the isolation did. There is a reason I am moving your finances, your heart, your mind, your body, and your friendships, all in one season. These rooms are not separate houses. They lean on each other. A clear mind guards a healing body. A true friend steadies a hoping heart. Abundance shared builds the very bonds that hold you. I am not patching one wall. I am rebuilding the whole dwelling. So take stock of what I have named so far. Out of scarcity into abundance. Out of rejection into acceptance. Out of confusion into clarity. Out of sickness into health. Out of isolation into connection. 5 movements, all in progress, none of them waiting on your perfection. They wait only on your willingness to walk forward and not look back. Perhaps you are asking, why now? Why, after all these years, would everything move at once? Because seasons belong to me, and I do not consult the calendar of men. The tree does not negotiate with spring. When the appointed time arrives, the sap rises, and nothing that happened in winter can vote against it. Your appointed time has arrived. This is why the restlessness came. This is why the old places stopped fitting. 2 movements remain, and they are the deepest of the 7. One concerns how the world sees you. The other concerns the hour you have waited for the longest. Lean in now, because I saved these for last on purpose. The 6th movement is this. I am moving you from obscurity into visibility. You have been hidden. Not overlooked by accident, hidden on assignment. There is a difference, and you need to understand it, because misreading this season has hurt you more than the season itself ever did. Your gifts were passed over. Your work went uncredited. Your voice was talked over in rooms where you had the most to offer. You concluded that you did not matter. That was the wrong conclusion. A treasure is not worthless because it is buried. Some things are buried precisely because of their worth. I hid you the way a swordsmith keeps a blade in the forge, not because the blade is forgotten, but because it is not finished. Had I revealed you earlier, the attention would have bent you before your character could bear the weight of it. I have watched many gifts rise faster than the soul carrying them, and I love you too much to let that be your story. But hear me now. The season of hiding is over. You are the light of the world, and a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. No one lights a lamp to put it under a basket. It is set on a stand, where it gives light to the whole house. You have lived under the basket long enough. My hand is on the basket, and I am lifting it. Recognition will begin finding you without your chasing it. An opportunity will place you in front of the right people. Your voice will carry into rooms you never pushed your way into. And understand why. Not for your glory, for my purpose. The world needs what I put in you, and I intend for the world to receive it. Visibility in my kingdom is not vanity. It is stewardship. When it comes, stay low in your own heart. The same humility that carried you through hiddenness will keep you safe in the open. Trees with shallow roots cannot hold up heavy branches. Yours go deep. That was the point of the buried years. And now the 7th movement, the one that gathers all the others inside it. I am moving you from delay into destiny. You have lived at the edge of almost for years, almost breakthrough, almost healing, almost the life you sensed you were made for. Everything close, nothing arriving. You began to believe that almost was your permanent portion. It never was. The delays had reasons, some of them protective, some of them preparatory, and some of them the resistance of an enemy who feared what your arrival would mean. But whatever held the door, hear this. The hold has been lifted. What blocked you has been overruled. The file of accusations against your future has been closed by my own hand. I know the plans I have for you. Plans for your good and not for your harm. Plans to give you hope and a future. Those plans are not an idea floating somewhere ahead of you. They are a place, prepared and furnished, and I am walking you into it now. Not when you are perfect, not when circumstances align. Now, you will feel the difference before you can explain it. Things that always stalled will begin to move. Efforts that always leaked will begin to hold. The strange friction that surrounded your steps will be gone, and you will wonder at how doors simply give way. That is what it feels like to stop pushing against a delay that I have ended. Think of the potter and the clay, because this explains the years you have questioned. The potter does not rush the wheel. Sometimes his hands press firmly. Sometimes the vessel is pressed down and reworked entirely before it becomes what it was meant to be. If your life has felt reshaped again and again, none of it was wasted motion. Every form you passed through was necessary to reach the form you were made to hold. The vessel is finished now. It is time for it to be filled and used. Or think of gold in the furnace. Gold does not become precious sitting untouched in the ground. It passes through fire, and the fire takes nothing from it except what was never gold. If these last years have felt like heat, understand what the heat was doing. You are not coming out of this season diminished. You are coming out refined, and what remains in you now is the part that lasts. So let me say all 7 over you at once, so you can hear the full shape of what I am doing. Out of scarcity, into abundance. Out of rejection, into acceptance. Out of confusion, into clarity. Out of sickness, into health. Out of isolation, into connection. Out of obscurity, into visibility. Out of delay, into destiny. 7 movements, 1 work. Your whole life lifted from old ground and planted in new. None of this is a reward for your performance. Let that truth take the pressure off your shoulders. This is inheritance, not wages. You are not earning your way into the new land. You are being brought in by the one who owns it. Your part is not perfection. Your part is trust, step after step, especially on the days when the new ground still feels unfamiliar under your feet. And it will feel unfamiliar for a while. Every promised land does. Abraham felt it leaving Haran. Israel felt it stepping through the parted sea. The fishermen felt it leaving their nets on the shore. Unfamiliar is not a warning sign. It is the ordinary weather of obedience. Keep walking through it. I have named the movements. I have shown you the ground. What remains is the crossing itself. And there is something about the crossing you must know, because it is where most travelers falter. Not at the leaving, at the remembering. Speak the words, I trust you now, if you are ready to walk into what I have prepared. Now the warning, and receive it as love, because that is how it is given. The enemy cannot stop this move. It carries my seal, and no power unseats what I establish. But he has one strategy left, and it is old and effective. He will try to make you homesick for the place you are leaving. In the days ahead, he will polish your memories of the old ground. He will make scarcity feel simple. He will make isolation feel safe. He will make the familiar ache feel like home, and the unfamiliar promise feel like risk. He will whisper that the old life was not so bad, and that the new one might not hold you. Remember Israel in the wilderness, freed from slavery by mighty signs, fed by bread from heaven, led by fire and cloud, and still they wept for Egypt. They remembered the food and forgot the chains. Whole years were lost between the leaving and the arriving, not because the promise failed, but because their hearts kept turning around. Do not lose years to a backward glance. You cannot cross into new land with your heart still renting a room in the old one. When the homesickness comes, and it will come, do not argue with it in your own strength. Bring it to me. Name it for what it is, a longing for the familiar, not a longing for the good. The familiar and the good are not the same thing, and much of your growth in this season will be learning to tell them apart. Understand also that you cannot yet see this move the way I see it. Imagine standing with your face against a great painting, so close that all you see are rough strokes and clashing colors. Nothing seems to connect. Step back far enough, and suddenly the picture makes sense. You are standing too close to your own life to see the whole canvas. I am not. From where I stand, even your hardest seasons sit exactly where they belong in the composition. So when a stretch of this crossing looks like chaos, withhold your verdict. You are judging brushstrokes. I am finishing a picture. One day you will step back, and your breath will catch at how deliberately it was all placed. And if the crossing includes a stretch that looks like nothing at all, do not panic in the stillness. Winter looks lifeless. The ground seems locked, the branches bare. But beneath the frost, roots are drinking deep and buds are forming in secret. Nothing about winter is idle. If this is a quiet stretch for you, quiet is not the same as abandoned. Spring does not ask winter's permission. It simply arrives, and yours will too. Some things you will need to leave at the border. Old versions of yourself, first of all. The serpent sheds its skin when it has outgrown it, not in shame, but simply because the old skin no longer fits. You are allowed to shed old habits, old fears, old names you answered to that I never gave you. That shedding is not loss. It is growth making room for itself. Certain connections may need releasing too. Some people are given for a season, and their part in your story ends naturally, without villains. Honor what they taught you. Release them without guilt. Other bonds that drifted may be ready for mending, and it is not too late to reach out. Ask me which is which, and I will show you. Not every open door behind you is an invitation, and not every closed one is final. Leave comparison at the border as well. It has no visa for the new land. Looking sideways at another's harvest convinced you that your ground was failing, but no one else's field was ever your measure. Look at the stars. Each one burns in its own place at its own distance, and none grows dim because another shines nearby. There is room in my sky for every light I have kindled, yours included, yours especially in the place I set it. And take joy across the border with you, deliberately. Joy is not a luxury for after everything is settled. It is provision for the road. You are allowed to laugh while things are still mending. You are allowed to celebrate small mercies in the middle of large uncertainties. A child can play in the morning and face hard lessons in the afternoon and feel no contradiction. Recover that freedom. The joy of the Lord is not the reward at the end of your strength. It is the strength. Guard your peace as you cross, because peace is how you will hear me. Make time daily to step away from the noise of the world and be still. Not to perform devotion, simply to be with me. The world offers 1,000 distractions, and not one of them can give your soul what it actually needs. Real peace, real joy, real direction. These flow from one source, and you know where I am found. I am found by those who seek me with their whole heart. In that stillness, I will steady you. When you feel weak, lean on me and feel the ground hold. When you feel lost, listen, and the next step will become plain. I never show you everything at once, but I always show you enough. The lamp for your feet lights the step you are on, and that has always been sufficient for those who trust the one carrying the lamp. One more thing about the crossing. Persistence is not optional. Keep asking. Keep seeking. Keep knocking. A child knocks at a door not knowing when it will open, but knocking still. Because somewhere deep down the child believes someone is home. I am home. I have always been home. Every knock has been heard and the door is already moving on its hinges. The river teaches the same lesson. Water is soft and stone is hard, yet the river carves the canyon, not by force, by continuing. Your quiet refusal to give up year after year has been carving a course for your future that nothing can now redirect. You could not see the shaping. It was happening all the same. So cross without turning. Shed what is finished. Carry joy and peace. Knock until it opens. The old land has no more claim on you, and the new land is nearer than it has ever been. Before I seal this word over you, let me speak about rest, because you will need it in the new land. You have treated rest like a wage, something to be earned after everything is finished. But with me, nothing is ever fully finished, and so you have never fully rested. That ends now. Rest was never payment. It was provision, offered before you asked. Real rest is more than a body lying down. It is a mind that stops bracing. It is the part of you that never stops watching finally going off duty, because it trusts the one keeping watch. Come to me, all you who are weary and carrying heavy loads, and I will give you rest. That invitation has stood open your whole life. Walk through it. Learn also to guard what I am restoring. You are allowed to decline what drains you, even good things, even things others expect of you. A well that is never allowed to refill serves no one, no matter how generous its intentions. Boundaries are not selfishness. They are stewardship of a life I am rebuilding. Let yourself be poured into for a while, instead of always being the one pouring. Be patient with your healing too. It will not arrive all at once. It comes in small, quiet moments. A deep breath here, an honest conversation there. A morning when you forgive yourself for something you have held against your own heart for far too long. And know this about broken places. A bone, set well and given time, mends strongest at the very line where it broke. What broke you does not get to define you. Under my care, it becomes the toughest part of your frame. If there are dreams you set aside years ago, go back for them. Life got busy, duties piled up, and somewhere along the way you decided it was too late. It is not too late. Dreams I plant do not expire. They wait quietly, like seed in a storehouse, keeping their life until the sower returns. Many have begun their most important work in the late chapters, after false starts and detours that turned out to be schooling. Your path is not broken because it took longer. It is simply yours. Do not be surprised if honesty feels unfamiliar at first, like a language you once knew and stopped speaking. Practice it in small measures with the trustworthy few I place beside you. Speak one true thing about your struggle, and notice how the weight of it divides when it is shared. What was carried alone in darkness grows heavy. What is carried together in the light grows lighter, and often in the sharing it begins to heal. And remember your own record. You have come through every hard day you have ever faced. Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every moment you were certain you could not get through, you got through. That endurance was built one hard day at a time, and it lives in you permanently now. Whatever tomorrow brings, you will meet it as someone with proof. Now, my child, stand up on the inside, because it is time to seal the move. I have declared my part. Heaven waits to hear yours. Speak these words with me out loud if you can, in a whisper if you must. Your voice sets your agreement into the record. Say this: Father, I receive the 7 movements you have declared over my life. I am leaving scarcity, and I will dwell in abundance. I am leaving rejection, and I will dwell in acceptance. I am leaving confusion, and I will dwell in clarity. I am leaving sickness, and I will dwell in health. I am leaving isolation, and I will dwell in connection. I am leaving hiddenness, and I will step into the light you appointed. I am leaving delay, and I will walk in my destiny. Say this also: I will not turn back. I will not rebuild what you have torn down. I will not answer when the old life calls my name. Where I have been is not where I am going. Thank you, Father, for not leaving me where you found me, I am moving, starting now, in your name. Amen. It is recorded. The agreement is sealed, and what has been sealed in heaven will unfold on the earth. You did not stumble into this moment. I appointed it, and I appointed you to hear every word of it before this day ended. So let me tell you what your days will look like now. You will wake with purpose where you used to wake with dread. Not every morning, not all at once, but more and more, like light strengthening toward noon. You will catch yourself hoping and no longer feel foolish for it. You will give from overflow instead of scraping from lack. You will be known instead of merely seen. And you will look at your life one day soon and realize you no longer recognize the person who once lived in the old land. You will thank me for that, and I will rejoice with you. When blessings come, and they are coming, share them. Feed the hungry. Comfort the grieving. Refresh the weary with the same kindness that refreshed you. Generosity is how blessing keeps breathing. Held too tightly, it goes still. Passed along, it multiplies in the passing, and returns to you carrying more than it left with. And stay near to me, not out of fear that I will leave, for I will never leave you nor forsake you. Stay near because nearness is the point. The movements, the abundance, the healing, the destiny. All of it is scaffolding around one treasure, and the treasure is this: you, walking with me, unashamed and unafraid, the way it was always meant to be. Now let these final words settle over you like evening light. You are loved beyond measure, by decision, not by mood. You are held through every storm, guided through every unknown, and never, not for one moment, forgotten. The best part of your story has not happened yet. I know because I am the one writing it, and my endings do not disappoint. Go now in peace. Walk forward in faith. When the wind rises, remember the tree by the river. When the ground feels strange, remember whose hand planted you there. And when you finally stand in the fullness of the place I prepared, remember this day, the day you heard the word and believed it, and the moving of your life began. You are not who you were. You are not where you were. The old ground has no claim on you. The new land is under your feet even now. Welcome to abundance. Welcome to acceptance. Welcome to clarity and health, to connection and light. Welcome to your destiny. Welcome home, my beloved. Declare I receive it all, and let your amen rise if you believe this word was sent for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment, my child. Whatever your hands are holding, let it rest. Because what I am about to tell you will change the way you see everything you have walked through. While I was preparing this word for you, I paused over your life. Something I saw in you made all of heaven grow quiet. Not something you planned. Not something you did to be admired. Something that rose out of you so naturally that you never guessed the weight it carried in the unseen world. I want you to hear this in stillness, because it will not settle into a hurried heart. This is not a word for a crowd. It is for you alone, the one whose heart is beating a little faster right now without knowing why. Your spirit recognizes my voice even while your mind is still deciding whether to believe. That quiet stirring you feel is not these words placing something new inside you. It is my spirit confirming what you have sensed for days. Let me tell you what I saw. Not long ago, you passed through one of the hardest stretches of your road. Something came against you that seemed designed to break you. The wrong done to you was real. It was not imagined, and it was not small. The person who hurt you gave you every reason to answer in kind. Anyone who knew the whole story would have understood if you had turned cold or cruel, or simply walked away. In that moment, your own nature was shouting at you. It told you to repay what you had received. It told you to defend yourself, to expose them, to let the fire in your chest have its way. Every reasonable voice inside you argued for anger, and anger would have been easy to excuse. But something deeper in you chose another road. You held your tongue when a single sentence could have wounded them. You covered them when you could have laid their failure bare before others. You stayed and tried again when leaving would have cost you nothing in the eyes of anyone. You answered a real injury with a real mercy, and heaven does not pass over a thing like that. Hear me carefully, because I want you to understand why this mattered so much. Hearts tend to move in patterns, and those patterns have not changed since the beginning. Wound a person, and they grow hard. Betray them, and they reach for revenge. Treat them unjustly, and bitterness takes the empty chair at their table. This is the ordinary way of flesh, and I am not surprised by it. I have seen it in every generation. But once in a great while, a soul does something that breaks the pattern. A soul answers darkness with light, not because a crowd is looking on, but because of what lives in them. When that happens, it is not a small event in my sight. It moves me. And you, my child, made one of those moments happen. Understand, this is not about survival. Many people endure hardship through stubbornness or because they have no other choice, and I am gentle with them too. But what you did was different. You were struck and you blessed. You were wronged and you refused to become wrong yourself. You proved that what surrounds you does not get to decide what comes out of you. That is rare. Most souls can be read like the weather. Be kind to them and they warm. Be harsh with them and they turn to frost. Their insides rise and fall with whatever the day brings them. But you showed that nothing done to you has the power to turn you into someone you were never meant to be. Your character held from the inside, in the dark, under pressure, with no reward in sight. And here is what you could not have known. No audience stood near you in that moment. You were not performing for anyone, on earth or above it. You were simply being who you are when no one is looking. That is exactly why it carried such weight. A kindness rehearsed for onlookers is a shallow stream. A kindness that flows when the heart believes itself unseen comes from the deep places, and the deep places are where I look first. I searched your recent days the way a father reads a letter from a child he loves, slowly, missing nothing. I saw the battles inside you that no other living soul knows about. I saw the words you swallowed. I saw the nights you talked yourself out of bitterness one more time. I saw the mornings you rose and chose gentleness again with no evidence that it was working. Each of those choices was recorded. Not one of them fell to the ground. And I will tell you what I said over you in that hour, so you can carry it for the rest of your days. I said, this one reminds me why I made the human heart. Think slowly about that. The one who spoke light into being, who set the stars in their courses and measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, looked at your hidden choices and was moved. Even my messengers, the mighty ones who stand in my presence and carry out my commands, cannot do what you did. They serve me while beholding my glory. Obedience costs them little, for they live in the full light of what is true. But you serve me from behind a veil. You cannot see my face. You chose mercy without proof that mercy would win. You kept faith in the dark, where faith actually costs something. That is a glory the angels themselves stop to consider. So before I say anything more, I want you to receive this one truth and let it stand. You did not find this word by accident. I arranged this hour, I guarded it so that nothing would pull you away, because what I still have to say to you carries both a promise and a hard word, and you will need to hear them together. If you know somewhere beneath all your doubts that this word has found the right heart, then speak your amen to me now softly, as a child answers a father in the dark. Now let me show you something you have never been able to see, the part of your story that unfolded beyond your sight. Because when you chose kindness over righteous anger, you did not simply do a good deed. You struck a blow in a battle you did not even know you were fighting. There is a reason darkness presses so hard against a soul like yours. Its aim has never been merely to hurt you. Its aim is to change you. Every attack you have endured carried the same hidden purpose: to pull you down into bitterness, to teach your heart to hate, to make you answer poison with poison. For when a soul returns evil for evil, it steps out from under my covering and begins to move by the very power that seeks its ruin. That has been the strategy against you from the first day. But when you answered the attack with blessing, you overturned the whole scheme. Malice was sent toward you, and it found nothing in you to grip. Where love stands its ground, ill will cannot take root. It returns to the one who sent it. What was meant to wound you circled back upon its source, and you never lifted a hand. You disarmed your enemies with the one weapon they have no answer for. And here is what moved me even more deeply. This was not a trick you learned or a discipline you rehearsed. It rose from your nature. You are, at the root of you, merciful. Under pressure that would have soured most hearts, with almost no one standing beside you, mercy is simply what came out. When you were crushed, what spilled from you was not venom. That told me everything about what has been growing in you through all these hidden years. Then I looked further back across your road, and I found something that pleased me more than any single act could. A pattern. Your kindness in that hard moment was not a lonely island. Again and again, across seasons no one celebrated, you have chosen the harder right over the easier wrong. You told the truth when a lie would have been safe and unseen. You kept your word when keeping it cost you. You showed patience to people who never understood what it cost you, and may never thank you. You have been living like one of my chosen ones without knowing you were doing it. No applause, no certainty that any of it mattered. No sign in the sky telling you to continue. You did what was right for no other reason than that it was right, in small matters and in costly ones, when anyone would have excused you for less. That kind of steadiness, held over years and in secret, is the mark I search the whole earth to find. It is what separates a soul I can bless from a soul I can trust. So let me now open your eyes to what has already begun shifting around you, because heaven's regard is never idle. My favor moves. It leaves evidence. And when you learn to recognize the evidence, you will stop calling it coincidence. Consider first what has been happening to the schemes against you. Think back over these recent weeks. There were those who spoke against you, who worked quietly to see you fall, who sent ill will toward your life like arrows loosed at night. Now consider what has become of their plans. Efforts that should have succeeded came apart for no reason anyone can name. Matters they believed were firmly in hand slipped through their fingers. Doors they meant to shut against you would not stay shut. That is not luck, and it is not chance. When I am moved by a soul, my protection around that soul thickens like a wall. Arrows do not merely fall short of it, they turn. The trouble your enemies intended for you has been arriving at their own gates, and they cannot understand why. You may have noticed it already and wondered at it quietly. Now you know what you were seeing. Consider also the peace that has been finding you in the middle of the storm. By every reasonable measure, the weight you have carried lately should have flattened you. There were days when the ground shook under everything you had built, when anyone else would have been swallowed by dread. And yet, in the very center of it, a strange calm kept visiting you. Not because your problems dissolved. They did not. The calm came anyway, out of all proportion to your circumstances. That peace has no earthly explanation, and you know it. You have felt it and asked yourself where it could be coming from. It comes from me. It is the quiet that settles on a life when heaven is leaning close. I set it upon you like a hand on the shoulder of a soldier, so that you would know before any other proof arrived that you are not walking through this season alone. And there is more evidence still, which I will show you in a moment. Signs already present in your days that you have not yet read rightly. Your eyes are being opened in this very hour. But before I go on, I want something to be settled between us, plainly and without hurry. Everything I am telling you asks for one response. Not excitement, not curiosity, but trust. The kind of trust that keeps listening when the word turns hard, and keeps standing when the promise seems slow. I am not asking you to feel something. Feelings rise and fall like tides. I am asking you to set your heart, the way a builder sets a stone, and let it remain where you set it. For I have not come today only to comfort you. Comfort alone would leave you exactly where you stand, and I love you too much for that. I have come to lift you, to correct you, to prepare you, and to place something in your hands that you have stopped expecting. All of it is real, and all of it is nearer than you think. If your heart is open and you are willing to hear every word I have for you today, the gentle and the firm alike, then answer me now and say, I am listening, Father. Then hear the rest of the evidence, because your life is already speaking, and I want you to understand its language. Notice how your seeing has sharpened. Decisions that once left you tangled for days have begun to resolve themselves quickly. Questions that sat in fog are standing now in morning light. You have found yourself simply knowing things, not through any voice from the clouds, but through quiet impressions, sudden understanding, a sureness in your chest that keeps proving right. That is not your imagination improving. That is my counsel reaching you along a channel that has been swept clear. I am guiding you more closely than before, and this is only the beginning of it. Notice, too, who has been leaving. Certain people have drifted out of your days, and certain doors have closed with a finality that startled you. Companions who drained you are gone. Arrangements that quietly held you back have dissolved. At the time, some of those departures stung like loss. But look again with the eyes I am giving you. I have been clearing the ground. A new season requires a cleared field, and I have been removing one by one whatever could not travel where you are going. Do not chase what I am carrying away from you. My hand is in the removal as surely as it will be in the arrival. And notice the sense that has been growing in you that something is near. You have felt an expectancy you cannot name, a leaning forward in your spirit, the way the air changes before rain. You have tried to dismiss it as wishful thinking, but it will not be dismissed. It returns at quiet moments and stands beside you. Trust it. Your spirit is sensing what your mind has not yet been told. Something is indeed approaching your life, and it is connected to everything I have been telling you in this hour. Now, before I open the next door of this word, I must speak to you about trust, because trust is the hinge on which everything ahead will turn. And trust, my child, is not proven by feelings. It is proven by the open hand. Long ago, I sat across from the treasury of my house and observed the people bringing their offerings. The wealthy came in their fine robes and gave from their overflow, and it cost them nothing, and it moved me, not at all. Then came a widow with 2 small coins, all she had in the world, and she laid them down and walked away without ceremony. Heaven still tells her story. It was never the amount that stirred me. It was the open hand. An open hand is the sign of a heart that has stopped guarding itself against its own father. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what is really happening when a hand opens. It is not a transaction, and I am no merchant. It is a posture of the soul. The clenched hand says, "My security lies in what I can hold." The open hand says, "My security lies in the one who holds me." Between those 2 postures runs the whole difference between a life of quiet fear and a life of quiet power. I am forming the open hand in you, not only toward provision, but in every room of your life, because a hand that has learned to release is the only kind of hand that can fully receive. Abraham stood on a mountain with everything he loved bound upon the stones, and he did not withhold. And when I saw that his heart kept nothing back from me, I swore to him a blessing that is still unfolding upon the earth to this day. The measure of his trust became the measure of his inheritance. It has always worked this way in my kingdom, not because I need anything from your hand, for the cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, but because your release makes room. What you cling to stays the size of your grip. What you entrust to me enters my economy, where seed becomes harvest and 2 coins outweigh a treasury. So let this settle in you gently. I am not asking you for proof of your love. Your love is already known to me. I am inviting you into freedom, the freedom of a soul that has stopped negotiating with fear. Fear whispers that there will not be enough, that tomorrow must be hoarded against, that safety lives in the storehouse. But you have seen by now where fear leads. It leads to shrinking, and you were not made to shrink. Now, having spoken of trust, I must go further in, because this hour holds more than affirmation. I told you at the beginning that I carry 2 words for you today. The first you have been hearing. Heaven has been moved by you. Favor is gathering around you, and evidence of it already marks your days. That word is true, and nothing I say next will take 1 grain of it away. But there is a second word, and it is a firm one. I will not soften it, because you need it whole. A father who stays pleasant while his child drifts toward a cliff does not love that child. My firmness is my love wearing its working clothes. Something has happened in your life that must be set right, and I intend to set it right today, in this hour, before the blessing I have described comes into full view. Do not be afraid of what comes next. Correction from me never arrives to crush. It arrives to rescue. Stay with me now, exactly as you have stayed this far, and let me say the hard thing and the beautiful thing in the same breath, for they belong together, and both of them carry your name. Hear now the hard word. There was a moment not long past when you made a choice your own heart warned you against. You knew the line was there. You felt my hand pressing gently against your will in that moment, a resistance you could not explain, and you moved forward anyway. I was not absent when it happened, and I was not silent. Heaven saw it, and heaven does not pretend. Do not rush to defend yourself. Do not reach for the explanations you have been quietly rehearsing. I have heard every one of them already, and I know the truth that lies beneath them. This hour is not for argument. It is for honesty, and honesty is the only thing I require of you right now. Understand how it truly happened, because it did not begin where you think it began. It did not begin with your hands. It began with a thought. A thought arrived at the door of your mind, and it did not carry my peace, and you knew it did not. But instead of turning it away, you gave it a room to live in. You returned to it. You let it stay past the hour when you knew it should go, and the thought became a leaning, and the leaning became a decision, and the decision became an act. By small degrees, the way it always happens. No one falls all at once. They drift, one quiet warning at a time, each one a little easier to ignore than the last. And when it was done, you felt the change at once, though you told no one. The peace inside you turned unsettled. Your prayers grew heavier in your mouth. A low restlessness followed you from morning into night, and you called it stress, and you called it weariness. But your spirit knew its true name. That churning was your own heart telling the truth while your lips stayed silent. Now hear what my firmness is aimed at, and hear it clearly. It is not aimed at you. It is aimed at the road you had stepped onto, and at the slow ruin I could see waiting further along it. A shepherd who sees a wolf circling his flock does not whisper. He shouts. The sharpness in my voice today is a shepherd's shout, and every edge of it is protection. And mark this as well. I do not correct what means nothing to me. The field a farmer has given up on is the field he leaves alone. The one he walks, clears, and prunes is the one he expects a harvest from. You are being corrected because you are valued. This firm word is itself the proof that I have never let you go. Let me also tell you what your stumble did not do. It did not cancel your calling. It did not lower your worth by a single measure. It did not make me love you less, and it did not make me turn my face away. What it changed was your direction, and direction is what I have come to set right. A traveler on a wrong road is not worthless. He is simply headed somewhere he must not go, and I refuse to let you go there. The greatest danger before you now is not the stumble itself. It is pride. Pride will tell you this word belongs to someone else. Pride will murmur that it was not so serious, that everyone does it, that you can quietly manage it alone. Pride has walked stronger souls than you into places from which they never returned. Do not let it speak for you today. There is a weight resting on you as you hear this. I know you feel it. It is not condemnation. Condemnation crushes a soul into the dirt and leaves it there. What you feel is conviction, and conviction is a mercy. Confusion wanders in circles for years, but conviction points to one thing and says, "Here, this is the matter. Deal with this." I have made it that clear because I refuse to let you miss it. Remember the shepherd king. He fell far harder than you have. He took what was not his and he covered it, and for a season he called the covering peace. But when my word finally cornered him, he did not argue. He spoke 4 plain words. I have sinned against you, and that broken honesty opened a door to mercy that his crown could never have purchased. I am listening for those 4 words from you. Not a performance of sorrow, not endless self-punishment. Just the plain truth from a plain heart, with nothing hidden behind your back. So here is the way home, and I ask you to walk it without skipping a single step, for the road back is shorter than you fear. But it must be walked honestly, or it is not walked at all. The first step is honesty with yourself. Name what happened fully, with no excuse stitched to it. Do not dress it up, and do not shrink it down. What is brought into the light loses its power to hide, and what stays hidden keeps its grip. Bring it out into the open before me, all of it, and you will feel its hold begin to loosen the very moment you do. As long as you defend the thing, you remain tied to the thing. You do not need to win an argument with me. You need only tell me the truth, and the truth is something I have already made a way through. The second step is to turn back to me deliberately, not casually. Do not think of me in passing, the way you think of the weather. Come to me on purpose. Speak to me plainly, in your own words, as a child speaks to a father he trusts. Then be still, and let the stillness do its slow, deep work. In that stillness, something will shift. The cold draft from that open door will fade. The churning will grow quiet. That is the sound of a door closing. My hand on the latch and your heart in agreement. What was opened in a careless moment is shut in a deliberate one. And there is a third step, the one most souls refuse. And I will not let you refuse it. You must forgive yourself, not excuse yourself. Forgive yourself. There is a difference, and your freedom depends on knowing it. Guilt that lingers after true repentance is not devotion. It is a weight I never asked you to carry, and it chains you to a moment I have already dealt with. If I have released you, who are you to keep yourself imprisoned? Lift your head. The account is settled, not by your suffering, but by my mercy. Your sorrow had its hour and did its honest work, and now its hour is over. From this day forward, dragging that failure behind you is not humility. It is unbelief, and I am asking you to lay it down. Understand also the difference between a mistake and a pattern, because everything ahead depends on it. A mistake is a single stumble on the road. A pattern is a road of its own, walked so many times that the feet no longer ask where they are going. What happened to you was a stumble. But underneath it, I saw a pattern beginning to form, and that is the deeper thing I am healing today. This was not the first time you felt that inner hesitation and stepped past it. You remember the other moments, even now. Each seemed small, but small compromises are seeds, and they grow in the dark as faithfully as good seed grows in a field. I am pulling this one up while the root is still shallow. That is not harshness. That is a gardener who knows what the full-grown plant becomes. Now the correction has done its work, and my voice changes its labor. I begin to rebuild, and I will start with the one skill that would have spared you all of this, knowing my voice among all the others. Listen carefully, for what I teach you now will guard you for the rest of your days. My voice is not hard to find. It is only easy to drown. I speak in the quiet nudge before a decision. I speak in the sudden caution that has no visible reason. I speak in the thought that arrives carrying calm instead of pressure. You have heard me far more often than you realize. The work now is to know that voice so well that no counterfeit can imitate it. The way a shepherd's own flock will not follow a stranger. Here is the first mark of my voice, and I want you to hold it for the rest of your life. My guidance carries peace, not always comfort and not always ease, for I sometimes ask hard things. But even my hard words arrive on steady ground. When peace is present, you may move. When peace lifts, stop where you stand. Peace is not merely a feeling I give you. It is a signal I speak through. You felt that signal leave you in the very moment we have been speaking of. One breath there was stillness, and then there was churning, and you moved anyway. Never again treat that churning as a mood to push through. It is a sentry on your wall, and when the sentry calls out, the gates are to be shut, not argued with. Here is the second mark. My voice leads. It does not shove. The pressure that says now, quickly, before you think, before you pray, that urgency is almost never mine. I created time, and I am never late within it. When something is truly from me, it survives a pause. What cannot survive a pause was counting on your haste, and whatever counts on your haste fears your clarity. So build the pause into your life. Before the decision, before the answer, before the step, be still for one moment and ask me. Sometimes a single, honest breath is enough for the fog to lift. The stumble we have dealt with today happened in the space where that pause should have been. Guard that space from now on as you would guard a treasure, because that is what it is. Now hear me about your attention, for your attention is the gate of your whole life. Whatever you behold, you are slowly shaped by. Whatever you nourish grows, and whatever you starve weakens. There are voices and influences near you that seem harmless on the surface, yet each one leaves a residue, and residue builds. Some of what you have allowed close to you lately has been pulling you off course by slow degrees. I am not asking you to fear the world. I am asking you to keep the gate. Ask of everything that wants your attention one simple question. Does this leave me nearer to my Father or further away? The answer will come quicker than you expect. What you have lacked was never discernment. It was decision. Some things will need to be stepped away from, and I will show you which ones. Do not mourn them. This is not loss. It is pruning, and pruning is done only to branches meant to bear more fruit, never to branches that are finished. When the vine dresser cuts, the vine does not shrink. It readies. Guard also the words you speak inside yourself when no one is listening. That inner voice has been harsher to you than any enemy, harsher than I have ever been. It calls you a failure where I call you my child. It rehearses your worst day on an endless loop, while I have already thrown that record away. From today, when that voice speaks, answer it with what I say. Let your mind be renewed until your thoughts tell the truth, for that is what transformation actually is. Not effort piled upon effort, but a mind slowly retrained to agree with heaven. When your thoughts align with my truth, your choices follow without strain, the way a wheel follows the road. Fix the spring and the stream runs clean. And one word about discipline, because that word has been soured for you, and I want to restore its taste. Discipline is not restriction. Discipline is consistency, nothing more. It is choosing the same right thing on the gray, ordinary days that you chose on the shining ones. No one drifts into steadiness. It is built, one kept moment at a time, and I am building it in you now. You will not feel strong at first, and that is not failure. Strength of this kind grows as an oak grows, without noise, without a single dramatic day, yet immovable once the years have done their work. If you receive this correction with an open heart, and you are willing to be trained by it, whisper to me now, Father, teach me, I am yours. Now I must speak of the years, because the years have been a quiet wound between us. You have questions you stopped asking out loud. You buried them under politeness in your prayers, but I heard them anyway. Why has it taken so long? Why them and not me? Why do the ones who never sought you seem to run ahead while I stand still? You have stood at celebrations for people who began long after you and arrived long before you. You clapped for them with an ache behind your smile. You spoke blessing over them with a voice that did not shake. And then you went home and sat in the quiet and wondered what was wrong with you. I was present for every one of those evenings. Not one of them escaped me. And there were harder nights still, nights you wondered whether you had misheard me all those years ago. Nights you turned the old promise over in your hands like a coin you could no longer spend. You never said it in those words. You did not have to. So let me answer the buried questions now plainly, as a father answers a grown child. The delay was never absence. There was not one day of those years when I was elsewhere. And the delay was never rejection. You measured my silence as distance, but it was nearer to the silence of a craftsman bent over his work, too intent to speak. Think of a field lying fallow through a long winter. To every passing eye, it is doing nothing. In truth, it is doing some of the most important work of its life. The ground rests and mends. What was spent is restored. And when sowing finally comes, that quiet field outbears every acre that was never given its season of stillness. Your hidden years were not empty years. They were fallow years, and the difference between those two words is as wide as a harvest. Think also of how a great house is built. For months, there is nothing to admire. The work goes downward before it ever goes upward, deep cuts into unseen ground, stones set below where any guest will ever look. A passerby sees a hole and calls it failure. The builder sees a foundation and calls it wisdom. The higher the walls are meant to rise, the longer the unseen work must take. Measure your years of obscurity by that rule and read them again. And those doors that closed against you, the ones you knocked on until your hands ached, you grieved them as losses, and some you have grieved for years. But I stood on the other side of those doors, and I saw what waited behind them. Had certain ones opened, you would have entered seasons that would have cost you far more than the delay ever did. I did not fail to open them. I refused to. There is a love inside a refusal that can only be seen from further down the road. As for the ones who ran past you, release them. Their road is not your road, and their harvest is not your harvest. The vine does not envy the wheat for being gathered first. Each is brought in at its own appointed time, and the later gathering is not the lesser one. Often it is the opposite. What ripens longest keeps longest. Let that settle your heart about every name that has ever made it ache. Here is what those years actually built, since you could not read the ledger. They built a compassion in you that ease could never have produced. You notice the overlooked now, because you know that seat. They built an endurance that does not snap at the first contrary wind. They taught you to keep trusting me with empty hands, a lesson the early blessed rarely learn. These are not consolation prizes. These are the exact tools of the assignment ahead of you. And one more thing the long road proved, and I want you to hear it named. You stayed. Bent, questioning, tired, sometimes barely, but you stayed. Do you know how rare that is? Many have walked away from me over lighter disappointments than yours. You carried yours into my presence again and again, and kept speaking to me from underneath it. Heaven does not overlook a faithfulness like that. It is written where nothing is ever lost. And now I tell you what this whole day has been leading toward. The fallow season is closing, not winding down slowly over years. Closing. The field has rested long enough. The foundation is cured and will bear the weight it was dug for. What I set in motion before you ever knew to ask for it is arriving at its appointed hour, and no hand in heaven or on earth can hold it back now. This is why the correction could not wait. This is why I interrupted your day, and why my voice has carried such fire. A man may drift in the middle of a long, flat road and lose little. He must not drift at the bend. You are at the bend, my child. Everything I have taught you in this hour, the honesty, the pause, the guarded gait, the steady discipline, all of it was fitted for what stands just ahead of you. I know the years have taught your heart to flinch at hope. I know you have braced yourself before, only to stand down again. So I'm not asking you to summon a feeling. I'm asking for something smaller and far greater. Take my word against the evidence of the years, on the strength of my voice alone, the way a sailor trusts the star he cannot touch. Then hear what is coming, because I do not send my children toward a horizon without telling them what to look for. The blessing I have prepared arrives in 3 streams, and when they reach you, you will recognize my hand and not call it luck. The first stream is sudden favor. Doors will begin opening that you never knocked on. A conversation that seems ordinary will turn, in a single sentence, into the connection your path required. People who never noticed you will find you resting on their minds and not know why. But you will know why. I go ahead of my children. I speak their names in rooms they have not yet entered. What years of striving could not force open, one appointed moment will. When it happens, do not stand doubting at the threshold. Recognize it, thank me, and walk through. The second stream is restoration, and it runs deeper than you expect. Things that were taken from you are coming back, and they do not return as they left. They return increased, the way seed returns as harvest. The seasons the devourer consumed I am repaying. Even dreams you buried will stir. There is a vision you once carried that circumstances put into the ground years ago. You mourned it and moved on. But in my hands, buried things have a way of becoming planted things. It is rising again, and it rises in a wiser form, fitted to who you have become. Yet understand the boundary of this promise. I restore what I ordain, not everything you have lost. What was removed from your life as a protection will stay gone. The third stream will surprise you most, because you have lived without it so long you have forgotten its taste. Deep peace, the tight band across your chest that you now call normal. The knot beneath your ribs that never fully unwinds. The thoughts that circle your bed at night like birds that will not land. I say to all of it, this is not your inheritance. A morning will come when you wake and the dread that usually greets you simply is not there. And the accusing voice that has trailed you for years, telling you that you are too late, too flawed, too far behind, its time is up. It will be crowded out by a truer voice saying what I have always said over you. You are mine, you are called, and no one is behind who walks in step with me. And mark my word about timing, I will not have you waiting vaguely. Look for the first evidence before this present season turns. Not the whole harvest at once, but the first fruit, the early sign, the unmistakable touch of my hand telling you the weather of your life has changed. When you see it, remember this hour, and remember that I named it before it came. When the streams begin to flow, remember what wells are for. This blessing is not sent so you can build a higher wall around a fuller house. It is sent to pass through you. There are people near you still deep in their own long winter, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, whose names you have laid before me more often than your own. Your task is not to be their savior. It is to be their signpost, a living answer standing where they can see it. Some words are preached. The best ones are lived. The measure you use for others becomes the measure used for you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. One caution, and receive it as tenderly as I speak it. When favor comes quickly, the old pattern will whisper that you no longer need the pause, the stillness, the daily returning to me. Full hands drift more easily than empty ones. Keep the same nearness in harvest that you learned in famine. For the goal was never the streams. The goal was always the fountain. If ever you must choose between what fills your hands and what fills your soul, choose me, and you will find you have lost nothing worth keeping. And here is the final truth, the ground beneath every word of this day. You are chosen, not vaguely favored, not one face lost in a crowd. Chosen deliberately, by name, for work that fits no other life but yours. Being chosen is not a decoration, it is an assignment. Consider whom I have chosen before, a stammering fugitive to stand before a king, a shepherd boy overlooked in his own father's house, a fisherman whose courage failed him in a courtyard. I have never chosen the polished, I choose the willing, and I do the polishing myself, often through the very corrections they feared would disqualify them. That is what today was. The fire in my voice was not the fire of rejection. It was the fire a refiner keeps close to the silver he intends to use. The tests will come. I have never lied to you. The old thought will knock again wearing new clothes. When those days arrive, do what you have learned. Stop. Breathe. Turn your heart toward me and wait for the steadiness. If peace holds, walk on. If peace lifts, stand still, though the whole world calls you foolish for standing. And if you stumble, do not vanish from me for weeks, as you once did. Come at once, come mid-fall if you can, for the door between us is never locked from my side. So rise now, my precious child. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and step back into your life as one who has been sent, not merely dismissed. I am before you to lead, behind you to guard, and within you to make you able. Not one day of what is coming will you walk alone. I have spoken, and my word does not return to me empty. If you are ready to rise and walk with me into everything I have prepared for you, declare your amen now, and let it stand as your answer.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely, because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, everything is fine. I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, "I am fine," while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours, and today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds. Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it, and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, A bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it you will, because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, what waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refuse to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me? I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, God, just give me one reason to keep going. I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully, for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide, and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, "When will it be my turn?" My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I opened this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives, and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions, and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace, not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the broken-hearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love which does not move, so it will hold in every weather. You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, I receive it, if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface, and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, "How did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you?" And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, "You did this yourself." Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given, because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold, so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty. It is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words and the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years, receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now, the same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you, because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing. Stay near me in prayer and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence, and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road, not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go: you will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord. It was always the Lord." That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, "I trust you, Lord," if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Only a few short hours remain before something begins to unfold in your life. And I am speaking now because you were not meant to face it unaware. Do not turn away. Hear these words all the way through, because what I am about to tell you carries weight that can change the direction of your days. You are not hearing this by accident. I see every step you have taken today, every thought that crossed your mind, every quiet doubt about whether I am still with you. I am with you now more than ever. These next hours are not ordinary time. They are a narrow window where your attention and your response will matter deeply. If you stay close to me, I will guide you through what is coming and shield what you cannot see. I am asking you, gently but urgently, to pause and listen with your whole heart. I do not plead without reason. When I speak with this kind of urgency, it is because something is approaching that will touch your life, and I care too much to let it find you unprepared. You may not understand everything yet. That is all right. I see the whole picture, and I know what stands ahead of you. I am not trying to frighten you. I am preparing you, steadying you, keeping your feet from stumbling in a place you have never walked before. You have been distracted, and I say that with love, not judgment. Life has pulled you in many directions. Louder voices have made it easy to miss the quiet one inside you, but that quiet voice has been mine. I watched you hesitate. I watched you move on too quickly when something important was trying to reach you. This time you stayed, and that choice matters more than you know. I honor even this small act of trust, because I know what it cost you to stop wandering and be still. Something is shifting, and it is closer than you think. It is not something to fear, but it is something to take seriously. What has been hidden will begin to show itself. What has been confusing will start to make sense. I need you grounded and aware, so that when it happens, you do not react out of panic or confusion. Stay near to me, and I will keep your mind calm and your spirit steady, the way deep water stays still even when wind troubles the surface. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, declare your Amen now. Perhaps a part of you wonders if these words are truly for you, or if you are only imagining it. Let me settle that question. I am speaking to you because you were chosen to hear this at this exact hour. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked, even if life has made you feel that way. I have been guiding you in seasons when you thought you walked alone. Every delay, every pause, every redirection has carried a purpose you are only now becoming ready to understand. These next hours are not about dread. They are about awareness. Something may come to your attention, or a situation may reveal itself in a way that surprises you. When that happens, do not react quickly. Do not speak in haste. Do not let fear make your decisions for you. Come back to me in that moment, even silently, and I will show you your next step. One unhurried breath in my presence is worth more than 100 rushed words. There is strength inside you that you have not fully used. I placed it there for moments exactly like this one. You are not weak, even if you have felt tired. You are not unprepared, even if things feel uncertain. I have been building you quietly, teaching you through everything you have lived, shaping your heart to trust me more deeply than before. What is coming will not destroy you. It will reveal truth. And truth has always been your friend, even when it arrives without warning. Sometimes clarity comes suddenly, and it can feel shocking because it breaks what you were used to believing. But that breaking is necessary so truth can stand upright in your life. I will not let harm reach you while you stay close to me, and I will not allow confusion to rule your mind. You are protected even now in ways you cannot measure. My presence surrounds you. My hand rests over your life like a roof over a house in the rain. I know what you have been carrying quietly, the worry you have not spoken aloud to anyone. You do not have to carry it alone anymore. I am stepping closer to you in this hour. Let yourself feel that closeness instead of pushing it away as you have before. Walking away again would only delay what you are meant to understand, and you have already lost enough clarity to the times you turned aside. Notice how your heart has quieted, even a little since you chose to remain. That settling is not coincidence. It is what happens when a soul stops running and turns toward the voice that has been calling it. You were made to know this stillness. It has been waiting for you longer than you have been avoiding it. So stay with me now. Let the noise of the day fall silent around these words. What unfolds in the coming hours will not be random, and you will not face it blind. I have seen it from far off, and I have already prepared your way through it. Even if it feels intense for a moment, it will not last forever. I will carry you through it step by step, and I will not leave your side. Trust me in this, even when your mind argues. Your mind sees only the road behind you. I see the road ahead. Now let me tell you what these hours hold. There is something that has been forming quietly in your life, and it has reached the point where it can no longer stay hidden. It may be tied to a decision, a person, or a situation that has felt unclear for a long time. You have sensed that something was not fully right. You did not have the whole picture, so you kept moving. Now the picture is coming together, and what once confused you will soon make sense. When it becomes clear, your first reaction may rise from emotion. Do not follow it. Your true strength lives in stillness. Take a breath before you speak, before you act, before you decide anything at all. That small pause is not weakness. It is the doorway through which my wisdom enters. In that quiet second, I will show you the right way forward, and you will move without regret trailing behind you. You have been tested in smaller ways before, and every one of those moments taught you something, even when it did not feel like teaching. You are not stepping into unfamiliar ground. You are stepping into something you have been trained for without knowing it. Nothing you have lived through was wasted. Not the closed doors, not the delays, not the seasons that seemed to circle without arriving anywhere. Each one was a stone laid in the road that brought you here. There may be a truth that comes forward and changes how you see someone or something. That change may sit uncomfortably at first, but it is necessary. You cannot walk forward in truth while your hands are full of illusions. I am removing what does not belong so you can receive what does. This is not loss. This is protection wearing clothes you did not expect. Do not hold on to things simply because they are familiar. Familiar does not always mean right. Sometimes you stay in situations because they are known, even when they quietly wear you down. Be honest with yourself in this hour. What you are shown clearly, you must not pretend you did not see. Denial will keep you circling the same ground. Truth will set your feet on a new road. My precious child, there is also a deeper trust I am building in you. It is easy to trust when life is calm and predictable. Real trust is formed when things feel uncertain, and you still choose to stay near me. That is the kind of trust that carries a person through anything, and you are growing into it right now, in this very moment, simply by continuing to listen. Say your amen aloud if your heart receives these words. Pay attention to what you feel in your spirit as things unfold. A settled peace or a quiet unease. These signals are not random. They are part of how I guide you. Your spirit often recognizes truth before your mind can explain it. When a thought keeps returning to you, do not swat it away. It is returning because there is something in it you need to look at. Bring it to me, and I will help you understand what it means. You may notice your emotions rising like a sudden tide when clarity arrives. That is natural. Let the wave pass through you without letting it steer you. Emotions are honest messengers, but poor masters. Feel them fully, then set them down, and return to the calm I am holding open for you. Decisions made inside that calm will stand. Decisions made inside the storm will need to be unmade later, at a higher cost. Guard your thoughts in these hours. Your mind can become your strongest ally or your heaviest burden, depending on what you allow to live there. Do not let fear pull up a chair at your table. Do not let doubt speak louder than my voice. If something feels overwhelming, stop, be still, and turn your attention back to me. I will steady your thinking the way a hand steadies a lamp, so its light falls where it should. You have reacted too quickly before, and you remember what it cost. Confusion. Words you wished you could take back. Days spent repairing what haste had broken. I remind you of this, not to shame you, but to free you from repeating it. This time you will pause. This time you will breathe. This time you will listen before you move. That single difference will change how everything unfolds. Not everything that feels shocking comes to harm you. Often what feels shocking is simply truth stepping out from where it was hidden. It may be uncomfortable to look at, but it is working for your good. I am clearing confusion from your path so you can walk forward with clear eyes, even if the clearing itself feels intense while it happens. Be mindful, too, of who you speak with while this is unfolding. Not everyone around you will understand what you are walking through, and that is all right. This moment is between you and me. You do not owe anyone an explanation for what I am doing in your life. Some things are meant to stay quiet while they are still forming, the way seed stays buried while it takes root. Speaking too soon can scatter what needed stillness to grow. There is a question you have been carrying, one you have never quite said aloud. You have wondered why certain paths stayed blocked, why certain answers never came, why some things felt wrong without reason. What unfolds in these hours is connected to that question. It does not come randomly. It comes as part of an answer that has been forming longer than you realize. And remember this, for the hours ahead and for all the days after them. What I reveal because you are ready. I do not hand my children burdens they cannot lift, and I do not show them truth they cannot bear. If you are seeing it, you are able to face it. If you are facing it, I am beside you. Nothing about this moment has slipped outside my hands, and nothing about you has slipped outside my love. There is a pattern around you that has been repeating, and you have started to notice it even if you have not fully named it. Situations that look different on the surface keep leading to the same kind of ending, and it has left you weary and wondering. That is not coincidence, and it is not bad fortune. It is a cycle that has been quietly building for a long time. I am breaking that cycle now by bringing it into the light. Once you see it clearly, it loses its grip on you. The trouble I have been warning you about is connected to that very pattern. It is not a sudden thing without cause. It has been forming step by step. Every ignored feeling, every rushed choice, every moment you picked comfort over truth added one more stone to its weight. I am not blaming you. I am showing you the road so you can step off it before it reaches its breaking point. You still have time. That is why I am speaking now instead of after the damage is done. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what else I must show you. There is a decision in front of you, or a path you are about to follow, that carries consequences you cannot see from where you stand. You may think it is small, harmless, just another ordinary step in an ordinary day. It is not. Behind it waits a chain of events, and once that chain begins to move, it is hard to stop. That is why I am interrupting you now. I need you to look deeper than what sits in front of your eyes and trust that I see what you cannot. You have felt a strange uneasiness lately, and you have tried to push it aside. You told yourself it was tiredness, or too much on your mind. But deep down, you know there is more to it. That feeling is your spirit recognizing that something is not right. I have been reaching for your attention in small ways, and now I am speaking plainly because the hour is shorter than you think. Do not dismiss again what I have placed inside you to protect you. There is a specific place in your life where you have been ignoring your inner voice. You felt the hesitation. You felt the pause. But you kept moving because continuing seemed easier than stopping. That is exactly where the danger is connected. Go back in your thoughts and find the moment you felt that warning rise in you. That is the place where you must be careful. That is where the shift needs to happen. Understand something important about who you are. You are chosen, and because you are chosen, there are forces that would rather see you stumble than rise. Not everything around you is what it appears to be, and not everyone near you carries good intentions toward you. I have been shielding you in ways you never saw, turning aside things that could have already gone wrong. But protection works best when you listen and move with wisdom. I am asking for your cooperation, not your fear. This is not punishment. This is protection. and you must understand the difference. Punishment closes doors to wound you. Protection closes doors to spare you. When you feel the interruption, the delay, the sudden change of plans, do not curse it. What feels like interruption is often rescue. What feels like confusion is often my hand redirecting you around a pit you never saw dug in your path. The tragedy I am turning you from is not your inheritance. It was never written over your life as a final word. It is simply what waits at the end of a road I am asking you not to walk. There is a person, a habit, or a situation that has been draining you rather than building you. You feel lighter when you are away from it, and heavier when you're near it, and you have been ignoring that contrast. Stop ignoring it. Your spirit has been telling you the truth all along. You are entering a season where separation will protect you. It may feel uncomfortable at first, because you have grown used to what you have been holding. But I am creating distance for a reason, and that reason is your safety and your future. Sometimes what looks like losing something is actually being released from something before it costs you what you could not afford to pay. There is also a shift needed within you. You have been moving too quickly in certain corners of your life, deciding without sitting still long enough to hear my voice. I am calling you into a slower pace, not to delay your progress, but to protect your direction. Speed without guidance leads to wreckage. Patience with awareness leads to peace. Let this be the hour you choose to move with intention instead of impulse, and you will feel the difference in everything your hands touch. Trust that what I remove, I replace. Not always quickly and not always in the shape you expect, but always with something that fits the person you are becoming, rather than the person you were. My hand is not empty when it takes. It takes with one motion and gives with the next. You will see this for yourself soon enough, and when you do, you will understand why the letting go had to come first. For now, your part is simple, though it is not easy. Stay awake to what I have shown you. Keep your steps unhurried and your heart honest. When the moment of decision arrives, you will not need to guess, because you will recognize it, and you will remember these words standing beside you in it. That remembrance is itself a shield. Few things protect a person like truth heard at the right hour and held on to when the hour comes. There is a shift happening in your surroundings, and it is going to reveal the true nature of what stands near you. People, situations, and opportunities will begin to show their real intentions. Some will align with your growth. Others will make it plain that they do not belong in your next season. Do not fear that exposure. It is necessary for your protection. You cannot carry everything forward, and you were never meant to. You may feel a sense of loss as certain things begin to fall away. That feeling will not last. What you are losing is not your foundation. It is what was resting on top of your foundation without ever being secure. I am clearing space so your life can stand on something solid. It may feel unsteady while the clearing happens, but you will understand it fully once the work is complete. Nothing essential is being taken from you. You may notice that certain plans are not moving the way you expected. That is not failure, and it is not rejection. It is redirection. I am closing paths that would have led you straight into the very situation I warned you about. What you see as delay is me placing a barrier between you and harm. One day you will stand on the other side of this season and thank me for every door that would not open, because you will finally see what was waiting behind it. There is a lesson here to carry with you for the rest of your days. Not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Not every open door is meant to be entered. Some doors stand open the way a trap stands open. Discernment is what keeps you from stepping into places that look bright from the outside but lead to sorrow. I am teaching you to pause, to feel, and to listen before you act. This is how a person moves through life with wisdom instead of regret. Do not try to hold on to what is leaving. When something keeps slipping away despite your effort, that is its answer. Holding tighter will only bruise your hands and delay what needs to happen. Letting go is not defeat. It is making room. What is truly meant for you will never require you to force it, chase it, or beg it to stay. What is mine to give you comes with peace attached, and it stays without being gripped. Someone may approach you soon with words that sound convincing, or a situation may present itself as a chance too good to ignore. Remember what you have heard here. Do not let excitement override your discernment. Not everything that shines was made for your hands. Weigh what is offered slowly. If it demands an answer this instant, that demand itself is your warning. Truth is patient. Deception is always in a hurry. You have a natural ability to sense when something is off, but you have often doubted it. You questioned your own knowing and trusted louder voices instead. That ends now. The quiet knowing inside you is not something to silence. It is something to respect, because I placed it there. When it aligns with peace, follow it. When unease rises without a reason your mind can name, slow down anyway. Your spirit reads what your eyes miss. There is also a need to guard your words in this season. Not everything you feel needs to be spoken, and not every thought needs an audience. Some things must stay within you while they are still forming. Speaking too quickly can expose what is not ready and invite opinions that were never meant to shape your path. Silence in the right moment is not emptiness. It is armor. I will show you when to speak and when to hold your peace. My beloved, you have been strong for a long time. Even when you felt anything but strong, you kept moving when stopping would have been easier. You carried burdens no one around you ever noticed, and you did it without applause. None of that escaped me. Not one day of it. That endurance was not pointless suffering. It was the forging of the very steadiness you are going to need in the days ahead, and it is already yours. Consider how gold is refined. It is not polished into purity. It is passed through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire only separates it from what was never gold to begin with. That is what this season is doing in you. What burns away was never truly yours. What remains when the heat passes is the real substance of who I made you to be, and it will shine without effort. So release your grip on the familiar shape of things. Life as you knew it is being rearranged, not ruined. The ground may feel like it is moving, but it is moving toward order, not away from it. A field must be turned over before it can receive seed. A house must be swept before a feast. What feels like upheaval today is making room for a settledness you have not yet known, and it is closer than it appears. Notice, too, how some people begin to respond to you differently. A few may grow distant. Others may seem uneasy around you without a clear reason. This is not because you have done something wrong. It is because you are changing, and change unsettles what was comfortable with the old you. When you grow, not every connection can follow. What no longer fits will drift on its own. Let it drift. You do not have to push anyone away or explain your becoming. And through all of this, keep your peace guarded like a well in a dry land. Not every dispute deserves your voice. Not every disturbance deserves your attention. You have been spending yourself on things that return nothing. and I am teaching you to be selective with where your strength goes. Your peace is not a small thing. It is the ground every good decision grows from. Protect it, and it will protect you. Now I must teach you the difference between fear and guidance, because in the hours ahead you will need to tell them apart. Fear is not always a warning. Sometimes it is a distraction dressed as caution. It makes you hesitate when you should move and rush when you should wait. My guidance is different. It arrives with a calm clarity, even when the decision is hard. Fear presses and confuses. Peace settles and directs. Learn to follow the peace. You are also learning the worth of stillness. For years you have felt the need to keep moving, keep doing, keep managing every outcome with your own two hands. But stillness is where clarity is found. When you pause and let yourself listen, you begin to hear what actually matters beneath the noise of what merely shouts. That stillness is not empty time. It is the room where I meet you. Enter it daily and you will never walk far from my voice. Be attentive to the places you enter as well. Not every place carries the same spirit, and not every space is meant for you. Notice how you feel when you cross certain thresholds. If heaviness settles on you without cause, take it as a signal to be careful. If peace meets you at the door, receive it. Your surroundings shape you more than you know, and part of wisdom is choosing where you plant your feet. There is a conversation you may need to step away from, or a situation you need to quietly leave. You already know which one, because it has crossed your mind more than once while these words reached you. That knowing is not coming from nowhere. I placed it in you so you could act before things escalate. Sometimes protection looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like walking away without announcing it. You are permitted to leave what endangers your soul. You are entering a season where your boundaries will become clearer. You will say no where you once said yes out of obligation. You will step back where you once pressed forward out of habit. This is not coldness. It is wisdom finally being given room. Boundaries are not walls built to keep love out. They are fences that mark where your garden begins, so that what you are growing is not trampled. Let your amen rise now as a sign of your trust in me. Do not be surprised when doubt circles back and whispers that you imagined all of this, that these words were meant for someone else, that nothing is really shifting. Doubt always arrives after truth, trying to collect what truth has planted. Do not hand it the harvest. What you have heard today brought peace, and peace is my signature. Fear signs its name in pressure and panic. Check the signature, and you will know who is speaking. There will be moments where you feel tested, and I want you to see them rightly. They are not sent to break you. They are opportunities for your trust to put down deeper roots. Every time you choose to listen instead of ignore, to pause instead of lunge, to trust instead of grasp, the cord between us grows stronger. That cord will hold you steady in weather that once would have thrown you to the ground. Remember also that you do not have to face everything alone, and you were never designed to. Strength is not handling every burden by yourself until your back gives way. Strength is knowing where to set the burden down. Bring me the matters too heavy for you. Leave them with me longer than a moment. The shoulders that carry the heavens are not strained by the weight of your worries. Those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, are not outside my sight either. I know how much of your heart walks around outside your own body, living in the lives of others. You cannot shield them from everything, and you were never asked to. But your prayers for them are not falling to the floor. Each one is received, weighed, and answered in ways you will not always see from where you stand. Entrust them to me daily, and release the weight of outcomes you were never meant to control. There's something you have been asking for, even if you never said it aloud. I have heard it. I am working on it. But it cannot arrive until certain things are cleared out first. The way a harvest cannot be gathered into a storehouse still full of last year's chaff. What feels like delay is my ordering of events for your good. When it comes, you will be glad it came at the hour it did and not a day sooner. Take care of yourself in a deeper way in this season, not only in body but in soul. You've been pouring out for others, sometimes far past what you had to give, and calling the emptiness afterward normal. It is not normal. Even the strongest vessel must return to the spring. Come back to the quiet. Come back to these words. Come back to me. When you are filled, everything you touch receives from your fullness instead of your fumes. And understand this about the timing of your life. Nothing assigned to you has been given to another. No one can take what I have written for your hands, and no slowness on the road can cause you to miss what carries your name. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are exactly where the road was always going to pass, and the road knows where it is going. So keep walking at the pace of peace. Refuse the urgency that does not come from me. The world around you rewards speed and calls it strength, but I am showing you a different way. The one who trusts does not have to hurry. Move when I say move. Rest when I say rest. This rhythm will carry you further than rushing ever did, and it will carry you there whole. When the moment of clarity arrives, and it will arrive, here is how you are to walk through it. You may see something, hear something, or suddenly understand something that changes how you view a situation entirely. Do not resist it, even if it challenges what you believed before. You cannot unsee what has been revealed, and you are not meant to. Truth is your protection. When you accept it, you step into alignment with what is right, and everything false loses its claim on you. Your emotions may surge in that moment, and that is natural. Let them move through you like weather through a valley. The valley does not chase the storm, and it does not become the storm. It lets the storm pass and remains a valley. Return to calm before you respond to anyone or decide anything. Your strength has never been in reacting quickly. It is in responding wisely, and wisdom waits for the air to clear. There may be a strong urge to speak at once, to explain, to confront, to defend yourself. Hold your tongue a little longer. Words released in high emotion travel far and cannot be called home. Silence in the right moment is not weakness. It is power under command. When your mind is clear and your heart is steady, I will show you what to say and when to say it, and your words will land like rain instead of hail. Afterward, there will be a quiet settling inside you, even while your thoughts are still arranging themselves. That calm is not accident. It is my presence restoring your balance. You are not meant to remain in shock or confusion. You are meant to pass through revelation into understanding, and through understanding into peace. Let the calm grow. Do not keep returning to the moment of impact to feel it again. The lesson is yours. The sting is not required. Do not be hard on yourself for not seeing things sooner. You were not ready before, and that is why it stayed hidden. Now that you are ready, it has been shown. That is not failure on your part. That is timing on mine. I do not reveal truths to wound my children. I reveal them at the hour when the truth can heal instead of harm. And this is that hour for you. You may feel a wish to return to how things were, simply because the old shape of life felt easier to hold. But you cannot go back to what you now see clearly, and in your deepest heart, you do not want to. Going back would mean closing your eyes on purpose, and no one rests well with their eyes forced shut. The new ground may feel strange under your feet, but strange is not wrong. Every promised land feels foreign in the first season. Notice what is already changing in you. Situations that once shook you are losing their power to shake. Words that once wounded you are landing softer. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming rooted. A tree with shallow roots trembles at every wind, but a tree that has driven its roots deep drinks from waters the storm cannot touch. That is what has been happening beneath your surface all this time. Your desires themselves are shifting, have you noticed? Things that once felt urgent now feel small. Things you once chased no longer call to you. That is not confusion. That is my hand adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. What you needed before is not what you need now. Growth always rewrites the list of what matters, and your list is being rewritten by someone who knows what your future requires. You are also seeing your relationships with new eyes. It is becoming plain who strengthens you and who depletes you, who celebrates your growth and who quietly resents it. This clarity may bring some ache with it, but you cannot build what is ahead of you while carrying what belongs behind you. Bless what was, release what is leaving, and make room for what is coming. Not every companion on the first road is meant for the second. And when you look back on this season, you will not remember it as the time everything fell apart. You will remember it as the time everything fell into place. The pieces that scattered were never load-bearing. The people who left were finished with their part. The plans that dissolved were making way for plans that fit. From where you stand now, it looks like ending after ending. From where I stand, it is one long beginning. There is a gratitude that will begin to rise in you as the picture completes itself. You may not feel it fully yet, but it will come as you begin to see how differently things could have gone. There were turns you almost took. There were doors you almost entered. When you finally understand what stood behind them, your relief will turn to thankfulness, and your thankfulness will turn to a deeper trust than warnings alone could ever have built in you. Protection, you are learning, rarely announces itself. Often it looks like a plan that collapsed, an answer that never came, a person who walked away without explanation. You called some of those moments disappointments. Heaven recorded them as rescues. You will never know the full count of what never reached you, and you do not need to know. It is enough to know that you were never once outside my keeping, not for an hour, not for a breath. Hold steady then, a little longer. You are nearer to the clearing than you were when these words began, and nearer than you will believe until you step into it. What remains of the shaking is brief. What follows the shaking is yours to keep. I have not brought you through all of this to abandon you at the threshold. The same voice that called you to stay is the voice that will call you forward, and it does not grow faint. Now hear what waits for you on the other side of these hours. You are stepping into a season where your life will feel more aligned than it has in years. Things will begin to make sense in ways they did not before. What felt scattered will gather. What felt uncertain will settle. This is not wishful thinking. It is the natural result of the shift that has already taken place within you while you listened. You are not the same person who almost turned away. New opportunities will come, and they will feel different from the ones that came before. They will not arrive wrapped in pressure or confusion. They will come with a sense of peace and rightness, and that is how you will recognize them as mine. Learn that feeling well. It is the seal I place on what I send. Anything that must rush you, corner you, or frighten you into agreement did not come from my hand. A quiet confidence is growing in you, and it will keep growing. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the steady kind that comes from knowing you can hear my voice and follow it. In moments where you once froze, you will move. In moments where you once scrambled, you will be still. Others will notice the difference before you do. They will ask what changed in you, and you will find the answer is not a what, but a who. Your steps from here do not need to be perfect. They need to be guided. You will not receive the whole map, because the map would make you trust the paper instead of the guide. You will receive enough light for the step in front of you, and when you take that step, light for the next. This is how I have always led those I love. Not by satisfying every question, but by being worthy of trust in every unknown. There will still be days when the old patterns knock at your door, wearing familiar faces, speaking familiar words. You will feel the tug of what used to be, but you can see them now for what they are, and seeing is more than half of freedom. Each time you choose the new way over the new way grows stronger and the old grip grows weaker. You are not the same soil you were. What once took root in you easily will find no purchase now. Remember the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Much will shout for your attention that deserves none of it. The truly important things rarely shout. They wait, faithful and quiet, for you to turn toward them. Your task is to turn toward them daily. Keep the first things first, and the last things will order themselves behind them like travelers falling into line behind a lantern. My child, we have walked a long road together in these few moments, and yet this road did not begin today. I have been beside you through every mile you thought you walked alone. The difference now is that you know it. Awareness has opened your eyes, and eyes once opened do not easily close again. Carry that awareness into your ordinary days, into your work, your rest, your dealings with the ones you love. It will serve you in rooms these words will never reach. Guard what you have received in this hour. Do not let the coming week wear it thin, or the opinions of others talk you out of it. What was given to you here was not entertainment. It was equipment. Return to it when the path darkens. Recall it when doubt raises its voice. Speak of it sparingly and live from it generously, and it will keep proving itself true as the days unfold in front of you. The trouble that stood ahead of you has lost its footing because you stayed and listened. That does not mean you may now grow careless. Protection continues where attention continues. Remain awake. Remain soft toward my voice and firm toward everything that would pull you from it. The same watchfulness that carried you through these hours will carry you through the years, and it costs you nothing but your willingness. Hold on also to what you have learned about seasons. Nothing fruitful stays in blossom forever, and nothing barren stays barren forever under my care. There will be seasons of gathering and seasons of letting the field rest. Seasons when my voice sounds near, and seasons when your trust must walk without the sound of it. None of these mean I have moved. The sun does not abandon the earth at nightfall. It is only preparing the next morning on the far side of the dark. Be generous in the season you are entering, not only with what fills your hands, but with what fills your heart. Speak the encouraging word you once withheld. Show the patience you once ran out of. Forgive more quickly than feels fair. A life that has been protected and guided is meant to become shelter and guidance for others. And as you give what you have received, you will find it multiplying in the giving. the way bread multiplied in baskets long ago. And when you rise from this moment and step back into your day, go as a person who has been told the truth and believed it. Let your face be calm in front of things that used to shake you. Let your answers be slow and your peace be quick. The ones around you are thirsty for the steadiness you now carry. You do not need to preach to them. Simply be evidence. A lamp does not argue with the darkness. It burns. Do not measure the worth of this hour by how you feel tomorrow. Feelings rise and fall like tides, but what was planted here does not depend on them. It will keep working in you quietly, beneath your notice, the way roots work beneath a field in winter. I am not leaving when these words end. My voice will go quiet, but my presence will not go anywhere. I will be there in the stillness you have learned to enter, in the peace that signs my name, in the knowing that rises when you face your next crossroad. You were called to hear this, you stayed to receive it, and now you are sent to live it. Walk in what you have heard. I am with you in the morning and in the dark, in the sowing and in the harvest, now and at every hour to come. Seal these words with your amen and walk in my peace.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.